As reminded by my clerk, I'm going to read the script. All right, so as chairman of the House ED&A Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the Governor's Emergency Order Number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. The executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note there's no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I'm confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. The public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We'll start the meeting by taking the roll call attendance. When each member said their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know. Representative Sykes.
Representative Allegro.
President, President, the committee is with me.
Representative Bailey.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Fellows.
Present, home alone.
Representative Horrigan filling in for Representative Fontenot.
Yes, I'm Representative Horrigan is here at my home in Durham alone.
Thank you. Representative Goley.
Here at home, and my wife is in the other room.
Representative Gruder.
Here, home in my office alone.
Representative Judy.
I'm home and my wife, she's in the other room.
Representative Lamzar.
I'm here, home. Family is in the home also.
Representative Lekis.
I'm here in the committee room.
Representative McGuire.
Present in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien. Representative O'Brien. Not present yet. Representative Pearson.
Representative Pearson is in the committee room.
Representative Roy has sent word that he'll be a few minutes late. Representative Santonastasso. Going once? Not present.
Oh, wait a second.
Santonastasso?
Is that Mike?
She's
on his way.
As they come in, we'll note their presence. Representative Schmidt. Buses are running late. Representative Schiller.
Present at my home in Pembroke.
Representative Schultz.
Present at my residence in Concord. My husband, Gene Taylor, will be in and out of the room.
Okay. Representative Dwyer, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 expected, but
Mr.
not
Clerk,
here.
you did not call Representative Yakubovich.
I did not call Representative Yakubovich. Is he present?
Here.
Ah,
Okay. Zooming at the moment. All right. We still have the four not yet present: O'Brien, Roy, Santonastasso, and Schmidt. Thank you, Representative Schiller.
all right, good morning. We have, our first hearing is on House Bill 187, and I call Representative Marsh to
Thank you,
present.
Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Very good. I thank you and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative William Marsh, Carroll County 8, representing 7 towns in southern Carroll County. And I'm pleased today to offer for your consideration House Bill 187 relative to the emergency powers of the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. As you all know, this bill passed HHS and Elderly Affairs 19-2 and the House 333-6. This bill does not address the governor's emergency orders. Other bills do that. This bill addresses emergency orders from the commissioner of DHHS, of which there were 2. On April 3rd, the commissioner issued an emergency order regarding the prescribing and distribution of chloroquine to treat COVID-19. On September 1, she rescinded that emergency order. The bill also deals with various powers under the public health and infectious disease laws. Let me go through the bill and hit the highlights. Page 1, lines 13 to 14, we strike "and any other law to the contrary." The role doctors and nurses played in the Holocaust is troubling to me, and I'm troubled that emergency orders could in New Hampshire supersede certain criminal laws, not that I believe our commissioner would ever be involved in such. Page 1, line 17 to 23, you can see current law, which I believe was appropriately used to limit the distribution of hydroxychloroquine under the emergency order. But I am not convinced the legislature intended to give the power to the commissioner to prevent the prescribing of a drug medical professionals had reason to believe might be effective. Changing restrict to prioritize and adding lines 24 to 25 clarify that we are not granting that power. During bill drafting, the need for input into the vaccine distribution plan became evident. Reviewing the statute, I saw that we had an existing ethics committee, so I called John Williams and asked who was on it. He told me there were no current appointees, but the governor subsequently reconstituted it. To be ready for the next pandemic, this is referenced in lines 26 to 29, and we will discuss that further in section 2 of the bill. Page 2, lines 16 to 17, we're changing none of the language of the existing statute, but changing the reference. The language of the current statute clearly states that an individual may refuse treatment, but the current reference, RSA 141C15 Roman 6, states any law enforcement officer shall take such individual into custody and transport the individual to the place of facility where the treatment is to be provided. RSA 141C16 clearly gives individuals the right to refuse treatment and remain in quarantine, and I believe that was what was intended. The second reference is the grounds for refusing vaccination in current law. Page 2, line 29 and on is new language. One of our objectives is to make sure emergency orders are subject to legislative oversight. HHS oversight already exists, so we do not need to create a committee for this purpose. With the current membership of 5, a 2/3 vote would be 4 out of 5 members, a very high threshold. HHS and Elderly Affairs felt this was sufficiently high to prevent this authority from being misused. Section 2 of the bill is a rewrite of the Ethics Committee established for H1N1 to accomplish 5 things. 1, the committee should actually have appointees and exist when it is needed. By appointing legislators to the committee, we can make sure that will happen. 2, the committee should review investigations, orders, and treatments ordered to make sure they're done appropriately and fairly. This will be done with aggregate and de-identified data. 3, last year's HHS and Elderly Affairs Committee was contacted by an individual representing a disabled individual who felt their rights were violated as a mask order prevented them from getting needed medical care. They couldn't go to the doctor to get a note to say they didn't need a mask to see the doctor. We discussed having a commission to address such concerns, but the existing ethics committee already in statute seemed a more logical place. 4, the governor used the State Disaster Medical Advisory Committee to reconstitute this committee to create the vaccine distribution plan. When the plan was created, there was no data to suggest the current vaccines prevented the spread of disease. If there were, it would have been debatable whether the vaccine should first be deployed to protect the most vulnerable in society or to interrupt the vectors that spread disease. 5, DHHS felt that police and fire members of a prior incarnation of that committee did not bring a lot to the table, and therefore they asked us to remove them. However, the professional firefighters want to be put back on the Ethics Advisory Oversight Committee, and I am quite amenable to that amendment. Section 3 addresses the membership changes to HHS oversight in last year's HB 1245, one of the omnibus bills on page 9. We do not believe that those changes were intended to remove minority party input from HHS oversight, and this section undoes those changes. Thank you, and with that, I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee?
I just have, do we have his written testimony?
Yes, I sent it to you all by email to make life easier for the clerk. I'm afraid I paraphrased a few sections, but it's close enough.
Thank you, Representative Marsh. That generally makes your testimony more effective. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative Marsh. Good to see you. The first question I have is with regard to the appropriateness and the authority with regard to the 2/3 vote to override the commissioner's decisions. As you probably know, it's a general rule of the legislature that no committee has plenary authority, that the legislature must weigh in on decisions, recommendations offered by all the committees of the legislature. I see you've established a fairly high bar, 4 out of 5, but I'm still not completely comfortable with the idea that we're suddenly giving this committee that kind of authority. Can you speak to that first?
Peter, I think that you've been in the House a lot longer than I have, and if you wish to change that to calling a House session such that the House will vote on whether to rescind the order, I would be perfectly amenable to that. But I think some mechanism needs to be in place such that there is accountability.
Right. Well, I do agree with you that it's a sticky wicket getting the legislature into this kind of an emergency situation anyway. And that's going to be my follow-up if the chair will permit.
I'll let Peter. I think Representative Schmidt, I think we've heard your question. And the sponsor has agreed with you that something needs to be done and is willing to accept any changes.
Well, I'm very comfortable with that because I've dealt with Representative Marsh on a number of issues over the years. I have a lot of confidence in his integrity and his abilities. And I do think that the legislature needs to be involved more than it is under the current statutes with regard to emergencies. I think some of this proposed solutions that we've seen in other bills go too far and become effectively unworkable if you get the legislature into a situation requiring immediate action or effectively immediate action. So we'll have a look at that, Representative Marsh, and I certainly do appreciate your work on the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Sytek.
Representative, where are you?
Where am I?
Not for the sake of the roll.
You didn't answer the roll.
Sorry. Thank you. I am indeed present in my usual circumstance at a friend's house. I am alone in the room at the present time. My friend may come through at some point. I'm sitting in her kitchen. But I am otherwise alone in Portsmouth.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Representative Marsh?
Yeah, well, Madam Chair, may I just log in myself? I think I missed the role. Representative O'Brien, I can hear proceedings, and I am alone, and I'm in Nashua. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Brien.
So again, are there any other questions for Representative Marsh? All right, seeing none, thank you. I'd like to Representative Max Abramson, who signed up to speak on this bill. believe you're cleared to speak, Representative Abrams, and make sure you're unmuted.
While we're waiting for him, I see Representative Santo Nastasso is here. Would you unmute, please, and tell us where you are?
Yeah, I'm here in Peterborough, New Hampshire. I'll be by myself today.
Thank you. That leaves just Representative Roy at the moment.
All right, Representative Abrams, you're recognized. Please proceed.
All right, it just accepted me into the meeting just now. So I'm not going to repeat anything that the sponsor already said. I do support the bill. I'm Representative Max Abramson, representing Hampton, Hampton Falls, and Seabrook. I do support the bill, but I also agree with a comment earlier by Representative Schmidt. I did not want to have, if the governor or the commissioner of DHHS calls an emergency or declares an order, I believe they need to do that immediately. When there's an emergency, I would rather they overreact until there's time for things to kind of settle down. We certainly had a state of emergency back in March of last year, but it's difficult, especially when you have a legislature of 400 members of the House and 24 members of the Senate. It's difficult for all of us to meet, and especially under conditions like this, where just the act of meeting creates the risk of spreading a virus or another type of illness. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. So my preference is to simply have a provision where the commissioner of DHHS can act and the governor can act, but have a different mechanism in place where, for example, 100 members of the House or 100 members of the legislature are able to raise an objection to a particular order, and that where we don't actually have to meet in order to raise that objection, either by having the House clerk contact each member by email and respond. So if a particular emergency order is a little too restrictive or draconian, or in some cases, if members feel that they're counterproductive, 100 members would also be a pretty high bar. And I'm willing to draft that amendment. I do understand that getting 4 out of 5 on this particular committee is also a high bar, but that committee would actually have to meet also, probably by Zoom session. And it would be, it's very difficult to get, how do you put this? It's hard to negotiate from the vantage point of a committee. When you're negotiating, it's always one person versus another. And when you have the executive branch is trying to be a bit too restrictive, our job is to serve as a check on the power of the other branches of government, especially the executive branch. And I think that a mechanism more like simply having, say, 100 members raise an objection to a particular restriction or an edict coming down, and then having the commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services contact individual members, find out what their concern is, and then respond to that and rewrite the order. And as usual, I'm willing to do the footwork on that. I do support the rest of this bill. I think I voted for it on the floor, and I agree with the intent of it.
Thank you, Representative Abramson. Are there any questions for him? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Abramson, for taking my question. What we're talking about here, it specifically is an act by the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. That, as we've just been alluded to by the prime sponsor here, is something that was done just once. The actions of the Commissioner of Health and Human Services are generally done because it involves a technical expertise that is above and beyond what we would normally find specifically in the executive branch. So, Representative Abramson, the fact that this is a according at least on page 2, the bottom part, this is a joint legislative oversight committee that that is made up of people from Health and Human Services that it would be fair to presume have that level of expertise. Do you not see this as an appropriate avenue, whereas the whole House would conceivably lack that level of expertise to make a decision in the manner in which you're advocating?
Of having a certain number of members raising an objection?
Not specifically, just the fact that, the purpose of the Joint Legislative Committee on Health and Human Services is to provide oversight, but with the technical background necessary to make that oversight have value and be legitimate.
I understand where you're coming from. The particular type of objection that I would see our role as raising is less about having expertise about a particular subject than certain obvious instances. I hate to bring up examples because some of them sound a little bit silly. I was contacted by my local American Legion, and they said they're allowed to open, but they can't do shuffleboard. And I said, what? Are you sure about that? And they said, yeah, they've been contacted. Would you do something about that? And I'm not able to contact the governor's office over letting the American Legion open shuffleboard because I have a liaison I contact who hasn't gotten back with me.
If you would notice, this bill is about the orders of the DHS commissioner. It is not about the governor's orders. We have other bills we're dealing with on that. These are specifically HHS orders. And as was mentioned, there was exactly one, a technical one restricting the use of a medicine that was believed to be in short supply. The orders you're talking about were the governor's executive orders, and they're not the subject of this particular bill.
I'm aware of that, but there have been so many different restrictions and orders that have come down when you have a particular case where one of your constituents raises an objection and raises an issue where something is going to cause a health problem or a hardship or is going to cause a problem for that specific case, whether it's because they're American Indian and their immune system responds differently, or they've had prior medical problems, and they bring it up with you, and it's obvious with just a constituent talking to you. I don't think that there's any particular need for expertise when their doctor has told them that there's a problem with a particular order. That's the point where you as a member should raise an objection, and whether they've hit some mark 100 or not, that the commissioner of DHHS should be responding to that, not pushing orders down and then enforcing them where it's going to create either an economic hardship or it's going to create a shortage somewhere in the marketplace, or it's going to create an issue because we can't meet in the middle of an emergency and introduce a bill and have that bill take effect. The executive branch has to be able to respond to emergencies. And at the same time, if they're over responding or they're doing something that's causing a problem with any one of our constituents, any of us needs to serve as the messenger and say, this is an obvious case where a particular restriction or requirement or rule that you put in place is causing a hardship for an individual or potentially health problems.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Abramson, I very much appreciate the general seriousness and rationality of your general remarks, because I think that it's clear that in a medical emergency, you have to have a rapid response capability. So the question of what kind of an oversight board or committee can be set up. Frankly, I don't like the idea of 100 legislators because you're talking about people who potentially have no expertise whatsoever being involved. They might not make up the majority, but I think that the makeup of any oversight committee that can review a policy is something that we have to entertain very seriously. I am wondering whether you'd care to think further on this issue, because I think that it's clear that there's some aspects. The chair has already talked about going afield with regard to things not involving the HHS responsibility, and that's appropriate. But if I may, just if you'll indulge me just a little bit, we had the situation where the governor disregarded the recommendations of the Joint Fiscal Committee. He had established this gopher entity, which was completely subject to his authority. And you recall that he was sued by the legislature, by the Fiscal Committee, and the courts really did not want to get into that if at all possible. That's the kind of thing we want to avoid.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt, but I would hope you would keep your comments to the bill in question. You can be more broad-ranging in executive session, but this is a hearing. Are there any other people that wish, members of the committee, that have questions for Representative Abramson? Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to get Representative Abrams' perspective, so he can help me understand the committee. Because the committee, the part of the bill that amends who's in that committee and what they, need to look into is more broad than just emergency situations. It adds that, but the committee has been in existence for quite a while. And I'm just wondering if it's really opening up the door for the situation that he started to explain about just constituents having issues with all sorts of things, and that this committee will need to address a lot of things other than just executive order related things, just policies that they don't like, that may impact, like people with disabilities, for example. And those could be executive orders. Doesn't have to be executive order by the Health and Human Services commissioner. So I'm just wondering what might be the implications of that, broadening the scope of that committee and putting a lot more people on it. Thank you.
Would you be able to answer this question? I think it's more in your scope since you wrote the bill.
Yes, I'm still here and I'd be glad to answer the question. I don't think we actually are broadening the scope of Health and Human Services oversight, because we're really just returning the House membership back to what it was prior to the bill that was signed into law this last summer. For instance, I'm currently vice chair of HHS and Elderly Affairs, and the vice chair of HHS and Elderly Affairs has typically been on that committee, but I am not, because there aren't enough spots. And in general, the people who are appointed to HHS oversight do have some expertise in healthcare. So if you're going to pick a group out of the legislature to have oversight over the major orders like the hydroxychloroquine order, it's a good group to pick for that. The area where you really need expertise are the various orders that come out of the infectious disease laws, and those are referred to the second committee, the currently known as the Ethics Committee, but we're renaming it the Ethics Oversight Committee. And those people have pretty much been picked for technical expertise and are appropriate for looking at those sorts of questions.
Thank you.
Representative Horrigan.
I don't know whether this question is more appropriately directed to Representative Abrams and Representative Marsh, but doesn't HHS, in addition to the emergency order on April 3rd about the medication, they issue lots of they make lots of policies for all the different entities they deal with. I remember we had a specific issue with nursing homes, because my mother's she's in an assisted living facility, which is kind of a fancier.
Sorry, again, could you speak more clearly? I can't understand a word you're saying.
Oh, sorry. Yes. And I'm not even in the room. Okay. So we mentioned an emergency order that the commissioner issued, but also the commissioners also issues all kinds of other communications to various entities, and how it affects their ability to issue and carry out those. I mean, I had a specific issue of my family. My mother's in an assisted living facility, which is basically a nursing home, when they had to send out a memo about nursing home and people moving in during COVID, which was misunderstood. And of course, I'm a state rep, so I have probably more access to the commissioner's office than I did. But I actually called them up, and a few minutes later, got a call from one of the commissioner's assistants, and they were quite responsive to this. And that's so this interfere with the commissioner's existing ability to deal with the pandemic or other crises?
No, I would say just the opposite.
Yes.
And through either way, either using this existing committee or having 100 members object, or any number of members object. And the reason is that most of the time, in my experience, when I've contacted DOT or Department of Safety or another agency doing constituent work, most of the time they're responsive. But other than the budget, we don't have any mechanism in place to kind of force them to be responsive to the legislature. So, sorry, we don't have a mechanism to force them to. So if you had, let's say 50 members of the House object, or it rose to 60, that would be really unusual circumstance because an agency is not being responsive. Then they would realize that there's the potential for them to be overridden by 100 objectors, and they would have to take some kind of action. They would have to respond to the concerns of at least some of them. And for example, in your case, you happen to know people in the nursing home and people who work at the nursing home who are in your district. Almost everyone in the state knows at least one member of the House. And we're very fortunate to have some of the best representation anywhere in the New Hampshire State House. But if somebody has a very specific problem that's an obvious problem, then they need to be able to contact their member of the House. And if it's potentially life-threatening, then members of the House can talk amongst each other as we do, both in hearings and as we tend to socialize. And if enough of us raise an objection to a specific order, they should change that order to accommodate the concern. I think it's much quicker than trying to schedule a meeting of a committee or task force of the legislature and try and have the legislature take some kind of official action.
Thank you. Representative Broda, you had a question?
You're muted.
You have to unmute yourself, Representative Broda.
I'm so sorry. Apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Marsh, this question is for you. Do these groups that you mentioned in your bill already exist? Right? We're not forming anything new. We're just we may be renaming something, but we're really not changing anything that's being practiced now, correct?
Well, sort of. HHS oversight exists and has existed for a very long time. Right. The ethics committee was in statute, but no one was appointed to it. And that turned out to be a problem when we wanted to ask them to draft the vaccine distribution plan. So in fact, it is a change in that we are going to actually make sure that this committee actually exists rather than just being in statute and having no one appointed to it.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair. Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Thank you. So let me rephrase my question. So essentially, in statute, these groups exist. Whether or not people were appointed to them, that's a different issue.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. My question's been answered. Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Is there anyone else who would wish to testify on House Bill 187? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
How do you want to address the amendment?
Was that?
The amendment?
Karen, you can do that during an exec session.
Okay, gotcha.
Which I think we're not quite, we've only got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
However, you do have a motion on another bill, 414.
I do have a motion on 414. I'm going to make the motion to retain House Bill 414.
Is there a second?
That's the evacuation order. If you're on. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So we have a motion by Representative Pearson, seconded by Representative Lekis to retain House Bill 414. And Representative Pearson?
In review of one thing in particular in New Hampshire that would be substantially problematic with 414 is that it is completely and totally incompatible with the Seabrook emergency plan that exists, not only from a state of New Hampshire standpoint, but for the regional plan that is developed and required by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So we're going to have to take that into consideration here and figure out if 414 is going to even be possible to jive with that particular unique New Hampshire situation.
Representative Lekis? Is there anyone who has any other comments on House Bill 414? Seeing none, the motion is to retain, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
And Lekis. Yes. Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Chitty. Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz. Representative Schultz going once, twice. Your vote. Yes. No, there she is. Okay. Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Horrigan.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
Aikino.
Motion passes. So we'll assign that to a committee for work.
Already clean?
Yes, Representative Schmidt, you have a comment?
No, I'm good.
Glad to hear.
I switched microphones. Is this better?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Still have a few minutes, but I don't think any of the other bills we have on tap are going to be that easy. Or that quick, sorry. That quick.
Still
Is this conversation something that we're supposed to be able to hear? If it's just crosstalk?
No.
No, I was just mentioning to Representative Roy that Representative Santonastasso is likely to lose connectivity for a while. And I was just reassuring him that I'm not expecting to exec anything until after lunch because we have a public hearing to do.
That's fine. It's just that if it was intended to be audible, I mean, to be intelligible to all of us, that was not happening. And if it wasn't, that's okay too.
Well, it wasn't secret, but it wasn't necessarily an announcement to the entire committee.
That's fine. I was commenting about the audio more than anything else.
It's tough when we use our indoor voices. It really is.
Right.
Which one is next? Which bill is next?
533.
533 in 1 minute. According to the what are you looking?
There's one over there.
Grab, you could probably bump them all up.
Yeah, probably take that. That's definitely important.
Well, you gotta.
Being 10:45, I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 533. And I call Representative Abrami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, State Rep. Pat Abrami, Rockingham 19 Stratum.
Excuse me, fairly inaudible. Could you speak a little more clearly and louder?
I have this problem once in a while with my machine here. Thank you, Madam Chair. State, for the record, can you hear me better?
Not much, no.
I think this is about as good as it's going to get. Oh, wait a minute, give me 1 second.
Speak louder, that always helps.
I will speak as loud as I can.
He's audible to the Zoom participants, Madam Chair, but
I'm sorry, Representative Horrigan?
he's fairly clearly audible to me as a Zoom participant. So, but obviously, if you're doing the people in the room, there's more technical things that can go wrong. So, yeah, thank you. That may have been what happened to me earlier, so I apologize. Thanks.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll speak as loud as I can here. Thank you first for allowing me to testify. For the record, State Rep. Pat Abrami, Rockingham 19 Stratum. I'm here to introduce House Bill 533, establishing a division of investigation and compliance in the Lottery Commission. I'm here as the prime sponsor, but also here representing the whole of Ways and Means. I filed this bill at the request of Charlie McIntyre, the Executive Director of Lottery. The bill does three major things. There's really four components to the bill. The first thing it does is it formally creates a division of investigation and compliance within the Lottery Commission. The bill creates a structure only to be staffed by existing staff members. They are not asking for new positions or new titles within the bill. In doing so, it clearly outlines the duties of investigation and compliance, again, much of which is going on today. The second thing it does, it changes the way in which Lottery interacts with the AG's office when it comes to background checks required for licenses. In short, Lottery will do a lot of the data gathering as it works with the AG. But the AG's office still has the final say on the fitness of an applicant to receive a license. The reason for this is it speeds up licensing, since fact-finding will be a priority to the Lottery and may at times not be a priority to the AG's office. The third thing this bill does is it gives the Investigation and Enforcement Division rulemaking authority. And the only other thing is that it's the effective date is January 1, 2022. Ways and Means voted, we were the original committee on this bill, the policy committee on the bill, and it was voted out 22-0 on a bipartisan ought to pass vote and wound up on the consent calendar. What Ways and Means saw was the Lottery has grown significantly with the advent of Keno, sports betting, and the growth in charitable gaming. The functions of investigation and compliance have always been extremely important. We concluded that an organizational structure that reflects this is much needed. That is my testimony, Madam Chair. I will take questions. I did talk to Charlie McIntyre this morning, and he has a conflict and he cannot be here. But his Chief Compliance Officer, John Conforti, is supposedly on the Zoom. I can't see that from here. But if you can let me know if he's on the Zoom, I may defer some of the questions to him. Thank you.
What was the name?
John Conforti, C-O-M-F-O-R-T-I.
He's here. We have promoted him to panelist. Does he need to testify or should he just answer questions?
So I'm willing to take questions. And again, I filed this bill on behalf of Lottery, and John may be able to add some other reasoning behind the Lottery's request for this. But I'll take questions if there are any.
Representative Fellows.
I did not mean to, I don't think I raised my hand.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Conforti, do you have anything that you need to say to us?
I can just add, Representative Abrami gave a great summary of the bill. This is really just a redefinition of the existing structure. This is not an addition of positions or titles. At present, when we investigate new licensees for gaming, all of the responsibility goes to the Attorney General's office. And so we do not have authority to reach out to law enforcement to gather information. And as Representative Abrami said, sometimes, obviously, the Attorney General's office has many roles and responsibilities. Gaming licensing is not highest on their priority list, understandably. And so ultimately, this bill allows us to do some of the legwork on behalf of DOJ. As Representative Abrami said, ultimately, they would still be responsible for making a determination as to whether a potential licensee is fit to be involved with gaming in New Hampshire. But this gives us some authority on the front end at the Lottery Commission to do some of the background investigation, package up that information, and send it to the Attorney General's office so that we can make a decision together and hopefully expedite that process. And also, we obviously have sources of information and intelligence that aren't necessarily available to the Attorney General's office. They obviously have those that are not available to us. So this makes it more of a collaborative investigation and oversight of our charitable gaming, which we believe is important. As Representative Abrami said, this is a growing area, and we want to make sure that the people who are coming into this gaming are well suited to work with charities and to work with players in the gaming environment.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Conforti. I'm curious, can you tell us what kind of qualifications investigators for the Lottery Commission would have as opposed to qualifications of employees of the AG's office to do these investigations?
So thank you for the question, Representative. I am a former member of the Attorney General's office, so I can speak to, I know that DOJ investigators are generally former law enforcement. At the Lottery Commission, we have 5 investigator positions right now. 2 are former law enforcement officials who have come to us. One is a former administrative investigator, and 2 have been with the Lottery Commission for so long. I'm not sure what their prior experience is, but we do have the head of our investigations unit is a former law enforcement member, and certainly future hiring, we're trying to stay in that vein.
Further question, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Thank you. You also stated that the Lottery Commission has sources of information not available to the AG. Could you give us a little enlightenment as to what sources you would that they would not?
Sure, I'd be happy to, and I can use a recent example. We have a lot of information that you receive comes from other members of the community. And so obviously we have a relationship with all of our licensees. We have a very granular understanding of what's happening in these rooms. We have a relationship with certain players, in fact, that frequent these rooms. So we had a situation recently that I don't want to go into depth in, but we had received some information from other licensees that there may be areas of concern with a licensee that wouldn't have showed up on a criminal background check or a financial record check. And that's really what I'm speaking to in terms of areas of information that we get from being in the field, in the industry itself, that the Attorney General's office is really doing high-level criminal and financial background checks. And sometimes we can put puzzle pieces together based on information that we receive from our licensees and from other people in the gaming industry.
Thank you very much.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple, I think this needs a little wordsmithing. Looking at it, I think some of the things that were put in here need to be rewritten. If you look on page 2, line 6 and line 7, it says the Lottery Commission shall report the results of such investigation to the Attorney General within 45. And it strikes days after the receipt of request.
True. Good point.
And also on the same page, line 10 and 11, I think needs to be fixed. It says discretion to determine the extent of which and the manner in which the results may be reported to other state agency. That doesn't sound right. I think it needs to be reworded. Whether it's to the other state agency or how we word it can be determined. And then one more spot, lines 12 to 13. It ends with results are to retain their confidential character, ends in a period. And then on line 13, the Attorney General should be started with a capital T. And those are the changes I see that need to be made.
Thank you, Representative Goley. We'll make sure you get a chance to review any amendment. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question, Mr. Conforti, thank you for taking my question. I would imagine if the Attorney General's office investigated me for such a position, everything would be confidential. And when I'm looking forward with you, I do see red line 12 and 13 of page 2. But would you meet the current standards by the AG's office and on confidentiality of the applicant?
Thank you, Representative. That would be my expectation, is that would be an investigation, a background investigation that would be confidential, whether it's done by the Lottery Commission or the Attorney General's office. Again, this is not, we are not taking over the investigation. We are just supplementing the investigation that exists. And it's my belief that the confidential manner of that would remain the same.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Broda. And
thank you. When I read this bill originally, it sounded to me like it was a result of a self audit. I'm wondering, would you, is the Liquor Commission going to be audited soon?
The Liquor just was.
It was just audited. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean the Lottery Commission. Sorry.
No trouble.
Representative, the lottery is audited by LBA every year. We just finished the fiscal year 2020 audit. I'm not sure if that's completely finalized. It should be very close to finalized. I would say that our performance was very, very good. And actually none of the findings I believe relate to the area of the commission that we're discussing right now with regard to charitable gaming. But yes, we are constantly looking at ways to improve, because we are, as Representative Abrami said, we are growing. There's been additional games that have been authorized by the legislature. And again, we're looking to improve processes. I know that there's a study commission that is under consideration by the legislature right now, which we're looking forward to working with if that does pass into law. But we are constantly looking to improve our processes, and we're somewhat, I don't want to say forced into doing it, but we have to constantly evolve, because our games and our rooms are evolving. Charitable gaming is growing, and so we're trying to meet the demands of the increase in volume that has occurred based on those changes.
Thank you so much.
Representative Abrami.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you, Representative Goley, for catching those grammatical errors. If you need any assistance, just let me know, but I think you got it covered. Interestingly enough, in my copy of the bill, I caught the first one, and I think I was supposed to say, I think we caught it late, the 45 days with the days missing. And I think I was supposed to say, can we do an amendment, but in your committee. So it sounds like you got it covered. And if you need any help, I'll do it, but it sounds like you guys have got it covered. And something else, and I can't remember now, but I'm fine. Thank you.
Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Mr. Conforti. On page 2, line 17, oh, excuse me, 16, starting on line 16, it says notwithstanding any other provision of law, no person shall be issued or hold a license if in the opinion of the Attorney General, such person is not fit to be associated with racing in the state. Where Attorney General was stricken previously, is it supposed to be remaining there? That it's up to the Attorney General at the end, or is that something else you wanted to change?
No, that should remain in place. If you look at the way that this is structured, the Lottery Commission shall confer with the Attorney General, and ultimately the decision should be whether the Attorney General decides that the person should be associated with racing. Again, this was not a attempt to take that decision-making responsibility away from the Attorney General's office. It was an attempt to assist in the overall flow of these investigations by taking some of the legwork off of the AG's office's plate. But ultimately, our intention was for the Attorney General's office to make the final determination on suitability.
Thank you. Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just if you could, on the part where it says a person is not fit, could you explain to us, if you can, just briefly, has that standard been tested in an appeal or in the courts, not fit? Is there a definition of not fit?
There is not a formal definition of fitness, and it is somewhat subjective by nature. Generally, what the Attorney General and other gaming regulators look at is criminal convictions, associations, sources of money, and whether those people whether any of those things indicate that somebody lacks trustworthiness to be associated with gaming, and in our state in particular with charitable gaming, because these people are not just running casino games, they're also acting as fiduciaries for charitable funds that flow through those rooms. To my knowledge, Representative, that has not been tested in an appeal. I am aware that we've had a few people who have not received licenses. In those instances, they've been for very sort of bright line issues with respect to criminal convictions, but those have not been appealed to my knowledge.
Thank you.
I have a question. This may be to Representative Abrami. It keeps saying associated with racing. Is that the correct terminology? Because the Lottery Commission is responsible for a great deal more things than just racing. So it's true.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Abrami.
Yeah, this whole bill was originally embedded in the historic racing bill that was just passed out of committee on Ways and Means. But we decided to separate it out and make it its own bill. And that is the reason it may have the racing focus on it. It really is more than just racing. It really is all of charitable gaming and the rest of lottery.
Would gaming or charitable gaming or something like that be a better term?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Questions?
Well, I have my hand up as well, so.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember the other thing. Someone mentioned about the fact that there's going to be a joint committee review, meaning a House and Senate review of charitable gaming. That passed. There's a House version of the bill that did pass, and I think it was already on consent calendar. And there's a Senate version. My understanding is gonna pass as well. We'll reconcile those. where we're gonna take a top to bottom look at charitable gaming and ask all the tough questions about where it is, where it's going. So just, that's going on in the background. Just want to pass it along. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Representative Abrami? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 533? Right. Seeing none, close the public hearing. I would say it's obvious this bill needs a bit of fine tuning at the very least. Representative Goley, do you want to take that on and come up with an amendment for us?
Yes, I can do that, Madam Chair.
Is he aware of your being?
I hope so, yes. And change racing while you're at it. I think gaming is more appropriate because there's not a whole lot of racing going on.
Do they oversee everything, no scratch tickets? I mean, should we be more broad?
I think gaming is the
There's
broader
nothing,
term,
not chair.
whatever. I think gaming is what we're talking about. Most of it's charitable, but some of it isn't.
What is it, charitable gaming?
The lottery ticket is not exactly charitable.
Madam Chair, this is Representative Fellows.
Please proceed.
I'm just wondering if it says racing in there, that might not even be the correct place to put it in statute. If that's in the section that's just about racing.
All right, I think, very good. Representative Goley, I trust you'll have fun with that one.
I will be doing a little research.
Very good.
Madam Chair? Yes, if I may, I'm wondering, since Representative Abrami mentioned the joint committee that's supposed to be looking at these kinds of issues, if rather than a standalone bill that has this many problems, perhaps that joint committee should really include this in their studies and conclusions.
That's something to discuss. I think that the questions and issues appear to be generally fairly minor wordsmithing, as Representative Goley said, rather than the procedural point of the bill, namely to establish a structure for investigation. We haven't heard anyone saying there's any issues with that. And that's what the committee would look at. The wordsmithing is entirely separate.
Right, and I understand that, but taking into account what Representative Fellows said, and Representative Abrami said that they were aiming this at the historic racing, which apparently is going through, but has not yet been fully established. So I don't think we want to eliminate that portion from this. And I don't know, do we need to examine how to include both of those issues in one bill?
I believe that from what Representative Abrami said, that this had been one bill and this part was split off, except they didn't clean up the language. So Representative Goley will be working on an amendment to clean up the language, and we will consider this next week. For scheduling purposes, we have hearings on Monday and Wednesday next week, the 24th. And we should have time to exec some of our other bills. What's that? on Monday, the 22nd, and Wednesday, the 24th. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I might point out that so-called historic racing actually is a slot machine. It's not really racing at all. It's a slot machine, so it doesn't belong under racing at all. And so, in addition to the colleagues' other remarks, that's something that the committee needs to factor in.
Yes, I agree, but I think given the grammar and clarity issues that have been brought up, I'd like to wait for further discussion until we have that cleanup document available.
Oh, yeah, no question about that.
Okay. Is there anything else that anyone needs to bring to the committee's attention? Seeing none, we will all have a chance to get some exercise. We're resuming at 1:15 for the non-germane amendment on House Bill 141.
Can you mute it?
Oh, yeah.
So.
Do you have,
He's back on now.
Madam Chairman?
yes, I think we're turned on.
We are, yeah, you are. I just have a quick question before you begin. I wonder if you saw the email that I sent you at lunchtime?
Yes, I did, and I was looking for those people on the attendee list.
Okay. Well, I see the one who wants to speak.
Ah. Okay, we'll move him up.
Good, I just wanted to make sure, thanks.
And Madam Chair, I see that some people are listed as EDNA. I was myself earlier and renamed myself, but maybe that would be helpful to those who are on here and listed as EDNA instead of their own name.
Well, one of the labels of EDNA is the committee room, since we don't have a bill. Let's see who the other one is.
Looks like Representative Schmidt just came in. Yeah, that is a mysterious, unexplained phenomenon. We've had that for weeks where people have come in as the committee name, and I rename you as quickly as I can. And, you know, it's yet to be figured out why anybody, because nobody has sent a label of EDNA.
Yes. Well, it's one of the it's probably a feature in Zoom that we don't know about.
Well,
I see two separate things that say EDNA. One is the committee room, but the other one doesn't have any picture or anything.
Yes.
I think it's the other computer that we thought the clerk would be using a computer. So this morning the tech set up the clerk's computer for a while it was just called chair. That seemed inappropriate, so I called it EDNA. So the two EDNAs are really just computers with no person near them. And if any others pop up, I hope to rename them quickly.
So,
I mean, the computers start talking, they will be deaf.
I was just thinking about that. Memories of 2001.
Exactly. All right, it's 1:15. Welcome back to EDNA. We're having a hearing on a non-germane amendment which completely replaces the text of House Bill 141, and I call Representative Schuett to present her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the discussion that we had around House Bill 141 and the fact that there were apparent difficulties in that bill, and hoping that the committee sees fit to dispense with that particular bill in format, I'm presenting the basic text, the exact text of House Bill 1561 from 2020, which is allowing a county to exempt its chief administrative officer from compulsory participation in the retirement system. I present this amendment particularly at the request of our hopeful new administrative officer for Merrimack County. He has not accepted that title as yet, in hopes that this bill will be passed, because he currently has over 30 years in Group 2 retirement. And if he accepted this position as his full-time employment, he would have to go into Group 1. I see Stuart Tracy, who is one of our Merrimack County commissioners, on the Zoom, and I assume he's willing to testify and explain what that means to this individual and how the county commissioners in Merrimack County feel about it. The bill previously was presented on behalf of a similar employee from Sullivan County last year. And I will state that this committee, ED&A, passed that bill on a vote of 16-2, and it later passed the House on the consent calendar. However, due to as what happened to many bills last year, it died a COVID death when it arrived at the Senate. So with that, I will take questions if there are any, but most likely, if it's of a technical nature, either Mr. Tracy or hopefully Marty Carlin can answer specific questions about what this would do for the individual and for the retirement system.
Okay. Are there any questions for Representative Schuett? Yes, Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Schuett. Is the concern from this individual due to a little bit of a complexity to meld Group 1 time and Group 2 time together, or is this really someone who wants to collect their pension while they're drawing a salary in another position?
I don't believe that's what's being contemplated. I think it is the concern about having 30 years plus in Group 2, and then this individual likely, due to his age, stands to reason he would be working another 5, possibly 10 years, and those last 5 to 10 years would be Group 1. I think Mr. Tracy can tell you more detail as the commissioners considered this. Obviously, since it was a personnel matter, they went into executive session. So I'm sure he can impart as much as is able to be made public about their considerations.
Thank you. Other questions for Representative Schuett? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it not the case, Representative Schuett, that the commissioners, as the administrators of the county, have the county's best interests at heart and have endorsed this proposal for us to consider?
I would assume that to be the case, but since Commissioner Tracy is here, I would let him express that.
Yes.
Yeah, I will address that question to him when it's his time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reardon has called in to express her support. She can't make the meeting.
Thank you.
I do have a question, Representative Schuett. If you know the answer, if this person is exempted from participating in the retirement system, will the county be paying the accrued liability on his salary?
Again, I would refer that to Commissioner Tracy. I would think that the commissioners looked at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none.
Got one more. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Schuett, is there a particular reason why this is not just for counties? This is for municipalities as well. Why were municipalities included in this if this is really?
That's current law.
That is the current law. Municipalities have this ability. All that this bill does is add the words "and counties" and Board of Commissioners as the approving authority.
Apologies.
That's one of the reasons that I don't see it as a large wrinkle in the plan. All that this would do is add possibly, and not everyone would take advantage of it, the administrative officers for counties. And as you know, we have 10 counties in New Hampshire. So at the most, this would only involve 10 individuals.
Thank you. Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Schuett, do you know if this provision that exists now for the municipalities, if that was part of the original legislation when they set up the retirement system, or if it came about sometime since then?
I'm sorry, Representative Fellows, I did not check the statute to see the adoptive dates. I don't know if Ms. Smarling has the ability to check that at the moment. Perhaps she could tell us.
I'm sure this section has been amended many times, and it would take a bit of research to determine which of the changes included that. Most of 100A has been amended multiple times. Any other?
It likely would date back. I believe there was a major overhaul at one time, and that's probably what you would find as recent.
Representative Sytek?
This may be for Mr. Tracey, but I'll ask the question. I know of one municipality that hired someone who had group one. This is all group one. The person established that they had in mind an LLC. He was the sole employee of the LLC, and the town hired the LLC to be the town manager, and got around it in that way. Are you aware of that situation? Is that just a thought?
No, I'm not actually aware of that.
Okay.
I suspect that it may have been the town of Salem.
Might have been.
Might have been. Thank you.
Can't speak for Salem.
Bailey, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just for somebody new, what's group one and group two?
Probably Marty Carlin would be the best person to describe that. I can tell you briefly, Representative, that group two tends to be first responders, firefighters, police officers who have different contribution rates and return rates and regulations involving their part of the retirement system. Group one tends to be teachers and regular state employees and municipal employees. But I think if you want more details than that, Mr. Carlin is probably the best person to answer.
Thank you.
Yes, the useful distinction is that group two is specifically defined so that it's policemen, fire, corrections officers, and that's about it. Everyone else is group one, and group two pays more, but they are not subject to Social Security. All right, Commissioner Trahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Stuart Tracey, and I'm a Merrimack County Commissioner. And I want to thank Representative Schuett for bringing this amendment forward. As she stated, this is a piece of legislation that was considered in 2020 and passed by the House on the consent calendar, but got bogged down and tabled in the Senate because of COVID, and it had the same fate as many, many other bills. And I don't think the Senate's action was any prejudice against the bill. It was just that it wasn't going to reach the floor of the Senate for 2020 consideration. In Merrimack County, and obviously this will apply to every county, but what we were looking for in this legislation is the ability to have a county executive have the same rights and opportunities as administrators of municipalities that currently have the option to opt out of the retirement system. And that's what we're hoping we can do in Merrimack County. We have an opportunity to keep a very good employee who's currently the corrections superintendent, and we are considering and would like to have him become the county administrator. But this issue of the retirement, the group 2, et cetera, is an issue with him, and we would certainly like to accommodate him and others. And obviously, this would apply to all the counties and their county executives. But so that's the story behind it. I did have communications with Commissioner Reardon, and as I understand, she has registered her support. Commissioner Spalding, I've contacted him. He's away, but Peter Spalding is the 3rd commissioner, and we've had conversations about various ways of trying to address this situation. And I would feel with most confidence that he would also be supportive, but I didn't make the connection this morning. But obviously the board is very sympathetic to being able to keep the employee of our current corrections superintendent, who we hope will become the county administrator. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Tracy, it's good to see you again. You're looking pretty commissionarial, I have to say, from the old days when you used to be a member of the ED&A committee. But it is not the case that this gentleman, whom I don't know, is a valued employee of Merrimack County that you wish to retain in your service?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
And in order to enable him to continue to work on the county's behalf, that the commissioners have entertained this concept, and you're there to endorse it on their behalf, on behalf of the commission.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, and thank you very much. That confirms my suspicions.
Thank you. And it's good to see you, Representative Smith.
Nice to see you too, Stuart.
So, Commissioner, I had a question. This bill doesn't seem to specify it exactly, but would the county be willing, or I would expect the county to continue to pay the accrued liability portion of the contribution for any employee that was exempted. Is that your understanding as well?
When you brought that up, Madam Chair, it's the first time I heard that issue raised. And so I'm not quite sure how to address that. And I'd have to do a little bit more research about that. But I would assume that folks who are exempted from the retirement system, I'm not sure what the accrued liability would be and how that would be calculated. But that's something we would definitely look into. But as I said, this is the first I've heard of that, Madam Chair.
Okay, Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Tershi, so when I look at the statute, one of the things I see is that the exemption applies to a person at initial hiring or appointment. but we're talking about a position here that's you are currently employing. So how do you think this change to statute will help the situation that you're dealing with?
The person in Merrimack County that's under consideration is currently the corrections superintendent. So he would then be taking a new position with the county as the county administrator.
So
Yes, to follow up, that's the, a different position, and it would have to be before he accepted the position, which is why he's been the acting administrator for a while now.
So my follow-up question is, the follow-up has to do with the fact that it says initial hire, and this person was hired a long time ago. He's just moving to a different position, which frequently happens, and the retirement system has an option for how you calculate the retirement for a person who's been in group 2 and group 1. It's kind of like an average of the benefits, between the two, although I don't know the specific details of that. So why isn't that a solution that would work? But I don't see initial hiring, how you get past that part of it. So if you could just address those two issues.
Well, he's been employed by the state of New Hampshire, as I understand it, and the Department of Corrections. He's also been employed by Sullivan County at one point, and Merrimack. I believe he's been at Merrimack County for about 6 years. But he's been in the position of corrections superintendent. So this is now a consideration for his employment as county administrator. So that would be where it would come under the new hire category. That would be my interpretation of it.
So just to follow up, the second half of the question had to do with, there's a mechanism in place for how you can kind of like average somebody who's been in group 2 and group 1. Did you look at that option? That's not satisfactory?
That's not something that's satisfactory to, as I understand it, and I don't want to speak for the employee or get into specifics about that, but generally speaking, what we're asking for is the same allowance that's given to city and town administrators. So we think that it's a very legitimate request on behalf of the counties, and that those positions, and there's only 10 in the state that would potentially qualify for this provision. In terms of the melding of the group 1 and 2, I don't know how that would play out with this specific person. I don't know the details of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Foley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Stuart, for coming and testifying. I just want to get clarification because I've heard it explained 2 different ways. Is this individual with the corrections, or is he, I've also heard the statement that he is also the acting chief administrator.
He's currently the corrections superintendent, and he's the acting county administrator. So he is, still in the acting capacity.
So I just want to follow back then to Representative Fellows' question as to how you get around that if he's acting, and this is supposed to go into the effect at the time of initial hiring or appointment. If he's appointed as acting, he's already in the position. So how does this get around that?
Well, it would certainly apply if and when he becomes the actual county administrator. So that would be the actual date of hiring. So it would be specific to a date upon which he assumes the title of county administrator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. I think in response to that, thinking about it, and as chair of the Merrimack County delegation, I will say that this individual was hired as the corrections superintendent by the county and has only been acting as administrator in the absence of the former administrator. To my mind, and I think what Commissioner Tracy is saying is they have not officially appointed him as the administrator. So the statute says upon hiring or appointment. So at the date that he is officially appointed the administrator, to my mind, that's what meets the demands of the statute. Thank you.
Very nice. Representative Blackus? All right. Representative Pearson?
Madam Chair, this position within the county historically has been a Group 1 position. Is that correct?
That's as far as yes, that's correct.
So then this position has responsibility to the unfunded liability. There's historical responsibility to that debt. So I have serious concerns about the county making this position exempt without reassurances and safeguards that the debt that needs to be paid for this position will actually occur. So,
Representative, to address that again, as I mentioned to the chair, the unfunded liability aspect of this question is one that we had not heard before. We have, sought legal counsel relative to how to address that, but that has not been an issue that has been presented to us. And if it is an issue, then and it's something that we're liable for, the county would certainly step up to that. But I have not heard of it being an issue, and we would assume the liability if it is necessary.
Thank you. Representative Sytek.
Thanks. Mr. Tracy, how is he holding 2 full-time jobs? How did he perform 2 full-time jobs, I guess?
Well, he's very well skilled, as you can imagine, if we're considering him for county administrator. He does have tremendous support at the corrections level and in the commissioner's office, on the finance side and the administrative side of both operations. So it has been difficult at times, but he's a very skilled gentleman and he's been able to stand up to it.
Thank you.
I was wondering if the position of county administrator is an appointed position, or you go out, do a job search or whatever. How is it normally filled?
Well, that's a good question, Representative. It's appointed, and it's a position that serves. It's appointed by the county commissioners, and I'm not sure how they have done searches in the past, but I do remember way back during my tenure, I was a county commissioner from 1988 to 2000, and we were able to fill a position of county administrator back then with the commissioners doing I wouldn't say a broad search or whatever, but I think it's up to the discretion of the Board of Commissioners in each county as to how they handle the requirements for posting it and advertising, et cetera.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question has just arisen that I'd like to speak to because I think it's important for the committee to hear that it's not unheard of for counties in the case of a truly skilled and extraordinary individual to have somebody serving in multiple roles. As the delegation chair in Stratford County, I I'm aware of the fact that Stratford County employs a single individual who is the county administrator and also the nursing home administrator, a role of quite a higher level in terms of numbers of people and also complexity of individual responsibility with frail individuals at the end of their life. And Stratford County has had one person doing this job for the 20 years that I've been in Stratford County politics. So there's nothing extraordinary about this when you have the right kind of person. And when you have the right kind of person, you need to keep that person. So I think that's important for the committee to be aware of.
Thank you. Representative Schuett, you have another question?
Just to comment, Madam Chair, if there's no one else waiting to speak. Again, as chair of the delegation, and our honorable chair is the former chair of the delegation for Merrimack County also. We are in a strange position. We had, as Representative Schmidt said, our former administrator was a long-term, very trusted employee who knew every aspect of the budget for 25, I believe, years, who then retired, and the commissioners went out of the county and hired an individual who just, I don't want to cast aspersions, but was not adequate to the job. I'll just put it that way. And when that individual left somewhat abruptly, this individual stepped up and just started doing what needed to be done. And as Commissioner Tracy says, he's an extraordinary individual to be able to juggle position along with specifically being the superintendent of the House of Corrections.
Thank you. Mr. Carlin from the retirement system is here, and several of us have questions for him. So I'd like to recognize Marty Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, my name is Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire retirement system. NHRS did not have a position last year on House Bill 1561, which is the same language as the amendment proposed this year for House Bill 141. This would, at max, impact 10 potential positions that are membership required in the retirement system that would become membership optional. The municipal exemption for chief administrative officer, town manager, et cetera, has been in 100A since 1973. And there are communities that do exercise that option. I don't have a count on how many do, but basically it's something that the governing body at the time of initial hire for that position, can make that election to the retirement system for the person not to be enrolled. So it's the statute 822 is hired for the specific position. So in the case of an incumbent, with that employer who's in a different position where membership is required, it wouldn't be an issue. It's upon initial hiring or appointment for the chief administrator position is when that option would take effect. We read the statute initial to be, so when somebody is hired for that specific position. The only other thing I would mention, because it came up, is there is something called split benefits, where someone with service in Group 1 and Group 2 would get a benefit, based on their service in each group. However, and I don't know if this is the case in the county issue, but in general terms, if someone moves from a Group 2 police and fire position into a Group 1 employee and teacher position, there's a couple of benefits associated with Group 2 that don't transfer over into Group 1. They would lose eligibility for that. And those are, there's a 50% benefit paid to a surviving spouse if the retiree passes away, and there's no actuarial reduction on that 50%. and also for Group 2 members who were in service on June 30th of 2020, I'm sorry, June 30th of 2000, when they retired, they would be eligible for the medical subsidy, which is an insurance premium offset if you're getting your insurance through your former employer. So that can be a fairly significant loss there. So I'm not sure if that applies in this case, but Group 2 members do have those two benefits that they would lose switching into Group 1.
Thank you. Mr. Carlin, do the municipalities that exempt their chief administrator from the membership of the retirement system pay the UAAL contribution on those salaries?
They do not. The lost salary, if you will, or the lost contributions on that position, are just sort of spread out among the other, 14,000 or so employees in Group 1. It's quite a number of decimals out on the employer rate when you round out, the contributions lost for, a single exempt position.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Marty.
Oh.
Can the New Hampshire retirement system calculate what the UAAL is for this position as of right now?
We don't have a handy way to do that. Like, we haven't done that in the past, even, for individuals, because it's a multi-employer plan, and it's sort of an aggregate calculation. I mean, I can't say it's not impossible, but it's something we would probably have to go to our actuary for, and get, pay some money to get a calculation. I'm not sure what they would certify how valid that number is, because you're really, when you're looking at one individual, you're looking at who did they work for in 2001 and what was the liability that year, and were they in Group 1 or in Group 2? So that there's, it's a lot of equations.
Marty, not for the person we're speaking of. We're talking about the position, the county, that position's UAAL, not an individual.
Mr. Carlin, the annual reports that the retirement system puts out and that I treasure have a statement that there's so much for the normal contribution and so much for the UAAL. And wouldn't that number for Group 1 be a very close approximation?
Yeah, I see where you're going, Representative. Yeah, there is, the total amount, for Group 1 employee contributions beginning in July it's 14 point something percent, and about 72 to 75% is attributable to the unfunded liability. So we do have a breakdown of the rate, how much is the normal cost, how much is unfunded, and how much is the medical subsidy. So, to get a back of the envelope, calculation, you would look at the salary, for the position being exempted, and then what is the UAL rate for that year. And that you'd get a number that way. It wouldn't be attributable to the history of that position, but as a snapshot in time, you would show what the percentage that everybody's paying for the unfunded for all of their positions.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just quote from the fiscal note that originally came on House Bill 1561. The actuary for the retirement system stated the estimated impact is assumed to be less than 0.01% of the entire payroll for New Hampshire retirement system contributions. That was as of last year, obviously.
Thank you. Other questions for Mr. Oh, there's a couple of them there. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure I understand this correctly. So this is already available to cities and towns, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted clarification about Mr. Carlin mentioned the medical subsidy. So I understand the unfunded liability. Is there something comparable to, like if we're potentially going to consider asking the municipalities and counties to cover the unfunded liability, is there also some kind of percentage for the medical in group 2?
Yes, there is a, group 2, it's 3.21% of pay. And actually, while we were asking the question, I did look up the unfunded for a group 1 position for political subdivision is 11.17% of pay effective July 1st of this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Legro?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I suppose my question is best because you and your colleagues have, I'm sure, deliberated on this more than anybody. I can see the advantages for the county, but in your discussions, have there been any disadvantages to the county? What's the downside for the county in this?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but you mean if the legislation doesn't pass or does?
I can rephrase that and make it simpler. Every time, this is a concession of sorts, and so there's got to be an upside. Those are clear to me, the upsides. What's the downside for the county in this proposition?
I guess it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned, but I guess maybe losing our current correction superintendent as correction superintendent and moving to a new position. I mean, he's a well-respected correction superintendent, and he's done a great job at our Department of Corrections. So perhaps that's the downside. But I think the biggest downside of the whole picture is the possibility of losing someone of his caliber. And it's not just a Merrimack County issue. I think it's an issue in the public sector across the board, where if you have good people, you want to find a way to keep them. And if they're doing a good job, do what you can to keep them employed. And promoting from within is something that we've always promoted as a board. And we like to look at the talent we have. And so that's the biggest upside, is being able to retain the talent that we have.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
Yeah.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Carlin, just so we can put it in plain English and the rest of us can fully understand this. If this position now becomes removed from group 1 and there is no statutorily driven requirement to pay back any calculated unfunded liability, will this debt that the county specifically incurred, would that now be basically placed on the shoulders of all other contributors within the retirement system, i.e. other municipalities?
Yes, to the extent if the unfunded percentage is, I'm going to say 11% for round numbers, and the county administrator, again, for round number purposes, salary is $100,000. There's $11,000 that all of the employers collectively would have to contribute to make up for the loss of that position, including some proportion coming from the county itself. But it's an aggregate thing, so it would be shared by all the employers.
Thank you. Our Representative Svitek?
Yeah, I'm not sure for whom this question is. Maybe Representative Short. This legislation may seem quite reasonable and consistent with the municipalities. Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. But suppose this person comes from Iowa and is 40 years old and expecting to work 25 years, perhaps. Why should that person be exempted, even though it seems like this bill is crafted, tailored for one for a particular situation that's unusual, that perhaps unusual, that somebody coming from out of the blue, why should that person be exempted? That's a question at large. It's on my mind.
I think that was addressed to me.
Well,
I'm not sure. I will just say that this is only going to apply to this one individual. If the county wants to try and exempt a future individual, that would be a question for the commissioners to take up at that time.
Thanks.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question from Mr. Carlin. So I know that when a group 2 person retires, there can be an issue about overtime pay being used as a portion of their, what do you call it, average, I don't know, whatever that average salary is that you compute with the highest years.
Compensation.
There's a special provisions for that. This position that we're specific situation we're talking about here has something that seems somewhat related to that situation, because we're not talking about a new hire coming from totally from the outside and how that would impact the system. But this particular person has accumulated something that's like that special overtime pay, special duty pay, and has a higher salary right now because of that. Will that extra money above what was his normal salary as just the superintendent of corrections going to be treated differently than his normal salary?
It would depend on whether or not he was vested before January 1st of 2012, which is, the effective date of some of the major changes to the pension plan enacted back in 2011. If someone who is vested prior to that date, any compensation paid during their their working life and overtime, things like that, plus any accruals of unused sick and vacation time, all count in that average final compensation calculation. For people hired after July 1st of 2011, overtime still counts for them as well. But those end of career payouts for time accruals don't count anymore. And for the folks sort of in that middle tier, there's some limitations on how much is counted. But in terms of specifically overtime, any overtime he worked in his career would if it fell within his high 3 or high 5 years of AFC, we would still calculate it. Anything if this person is working in an exempt position for the county, none of that salary is going to count toward the pension going forward. It would just be the past service.
Yeah, just follow up. Yeah, are there any current situations, or has this ever come up before with a person getting about a person doing a job that's like half group 2 and partly group, a position that's group 1 and group 2 at the same time?
Nope, you can only be one or the other. So the person can switch positions into a statutorily defined group 2 position or group 1 position, or if they're working in a position that's reclassified by the legislature, they would switch. But their service in the group they were in, is distinct, from the group 1 time and is distinct from the group 2 time. But there's no positions that are both.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Representative Gurley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question, I guess, will go to Marty. In listening to this whole conversation, if this individual is hired and working as a group 2 individual, but also is in an acting position in a group 1 scenario as well. How do those benefits get divided or split? Or are we now paying some of the salary that he's acting in as a group 1 position going towards his group 2 benefits?
I think I can't speak to this specific case because I don't have the county's agreement with this individual. I haven't seen it or had a chance to review it. Typically, in general terms, if it's somebody who has a group 2 position with some if there's a separate agreement over and above, the superintendent's position to do some extra county, we may count that. Well, actually, no, let me take that back. I think generally speaking, if the majority of the work an individual is doing is in group 1 or group 2, we're going to count the salary in that group with that's their primary occupation. But again, for this specific case, I don't know how we're treating that. I didn't, know about the case until the hearing today in any detail.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how he can be acting in one position as group 1 and also in group 2, and combining those two. If it's going towards group 2 benefits, then there's a big difference.
I think we look at which position is the person is their primary occupation. I think there were cases where, in some of the smaller towns, there was a, fire chief / building inspector, and the building inspector was 10 hours a week and the chief was a full-time job. And, I believe in those sort of historical situations, we counted the salary towards the group 2.
Okay, and the comment there that at the time of initial hiring or appointment to be able to opt out, that wouldn't affect us even though he's hired as a group 2, but is acting that position? That wouldn't exempt him?
I think, there's a difference between somebody serving in an acting capacity and somebody being hired for the specific position. That's how we would look at it, from a legal perspective. And that is an optional exemption. So if somebody had a question for Representative Schuert about somebody who's, 40 years old and comes to New Hampshire, they probably, part of their negotiations with the employer, with the county, they probably want to say, hey, I want to be in NHRS. It's not like all of the positions are exempt going forward. It's, and if this individual were to leave in the county, the next county administrator, wanted to be in group 1 or was coming from, somewhere else, that the whole scenario could play out again differently the next time around.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Fellows.
Did you call on me?
You had your hand up.
Oh, the sound quality isn't always that good. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask Mr. Carlin if it sounds like what I'm hearing is that somebody could be in group 2 for 30, let's say 25 years, and they've been their grandfathers, so beyond farther back than 2012, and they've earned that the medical subsidy and the 50% for the spouse, that if they move to group 1 for just 1 year, then they lose those benefits, and that doesn't seem fair.
The way the statute is constructed, it's like it applies to those benefits. If you have to retire from that group to qualify for the benefits. If you retire from group 2, if you retire from group 1, you would lose them. I mean, because they're not group 1 benefits. So in terms of the eligibility for those, it's the group you retire from.
Yes. Representative Blackus.
Related to that question, so in this case, if this person's been in group 2 long enough that they've, they're eligible for those benefits, in particular the retirement medical, I guess it's a subsidy. If they move to a group 1 position, then they'll lose it when they do retire, assuming, they're in group 1 when they retire. However, is it the case that if they, if this bill passes and they opt out of the retirement system, when they retire, they would, in effect, be retiring from Group 2, and they would be eligible for that benefit? Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's also, of course, the earlier retirement date on 2. I would presume that after 31 years, this person is eligible to retire from Group 2, but probably not for Group 1. Is that likely to be the case?
I can't say what this individual will do, you know, if the law passes and he takes the new position, but if he was eligible to retire in Group 2, you know, has the age and the requisite service, they could retire. It doesn't happen that often. I mean, there are a number of, there's more exempt positions with the state and certain agencies where, you know, we see that more. Somebody retires in Group 2 and moves into a membership optional position, such as a commissioner or deputy commissioner, things like that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Mr. Trady.
No, Madam Chair, I just wanted to thank you and the committee for the opportunity to address this and for your consideration of it, and wanted to note that it's always special to come before the House ED&A committee, because 44 years ago, I was a freshman on House ED&A, and I served 6 wonderful years and enjoyed every minute of it. And I certainly have an appreciation for the work you people do in that committee. So thank you very much.
And I'm sure the question of the retirement system has not changed in those years.
We heard lots of bills regarding the retirement system, and I would have thought by 44 years that everything would have been straightened out, but there's always different nuances, as is demonstrated by this bill today. But thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this amendment to House Bill 141? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. All right. Excellent. Interesting.
For motion.
Ready for motion, yes.
To move ought to pass for House Bill 575.
All right. Is there a second?
Second by Schmidt.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just ask that the people that are in the big room there, if they try to speak right into their microphones, because it's loud, but it's not very clear.
I will say, Representative Fellows, this is Representative Schultz. I think it's actually that the sound volume to us from the room is too loud. My understanding of AV issues is it's distorted because how it's coming across to those of us on Zoom is it's coming across too loudly and therefore somewhat distorted.
All right, thank you. There is some distortion. We will all have to speak more slowly and clearly than is often our case. So, who was the second?
I was, Madam Chair, Peter Schmidt.
Thank you. Representative Blackus, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically what this does is for the licenses that are affected, so cosmetologists, manicurists, and estheticians, it allows, and currently they can do an apprenticeship for the education required. This would value the apprenticeship at the same level as going to a school. It sets the hours the same. And also, at the end of the bill, currently they can get an apprenticeship license if they're going to a school or if they're in an apprenticeship program. The minor change would allow them to get it, even if it's and or. So they could do part of their training, I suppose, in a school and part in an apprenticeship. And the other thing to realize is that in the existing law, and what would continue, is it has to be an apprenticeship program that's approved by the board or certain other bodies, and they still have to pass the exam. So, a good apprenticeship program, could be as good or in some ways better than going to a school. And, we should leave the option of doing either one of them. And, I don't think it's reasonable to be requiring twice as many hours in some cases for the apprenticeship than a school. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Actually, Madam Chair, I misheard the bill number when Representative Lekis made his motion. I misheard it and thought I was seconding the motion on the bill the amendment we were just talking about. So I have no comment. Actually, I think I should withdraw my motion if that's permissible, because it was a result of the mishearing.
All right. Is there another second then?
No.
Representative Bailey seconds. Do you wish to speak to your second?
No.
So, Madam Chair, are we dealing with an amendment to 575?
No, not that I know of.
Just the bill. Okay. Well, it's like not hearing everything correctly. Okay, because I didn't have an amendment, so that's fine.
There isn't one. Everything's fine. Representative Horrigan, you wish to speak?
Yes, I guess this is a question for somebody on the committee who's for the bill. I was not at this hearing. I'm just substituting for the day, but I know from past experience that the cosmetologists are they're very strong advocates for their own cause, and also licensing is something that we're often attacking, because it seems like, at least to some members of the legislature, I'm not impugning anyone's motives, but it's commonly viewed by non-cosmetologists as a profession that's not really a profession, whereas a cosmetologist feel the opposite. So my question is, did the cosmetologists come out for the hearing like they often do, and also who
No, the cosmetologists did not come out in force on this issue. The only person who testified against it was the owner of a beauty school.
Okay, okay, great, thanks. So, and what did the owner of the beauty school say about it?
They said that an hour of apprenticeship is only worth half as much as an hour in the school.
Okay, thanks.
Which I'm not surprised. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, in that case, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Lekis, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yacopovich. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastasso.
Yes.
Representative Goli.
No.
Representative Schiller.
No.
Representative Judy.
No.
Representative Schmidt.
No.
Representative Schultz.
No.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Horrigan.
No.
Representative Rhoda.
No.
Representative O'Brien.
No.
The chair,
Yes.
10-9 to recommend.
All right, that will go on the regular calendar. Is there someone who wants to write a minority report? All right, hearing none, no minority.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Yes, I apologize for confusing everyone by not making a motion on the previous hearing. I had to go to the ladies' room. At this point, if it's permissible, I will move the amendment 0594H to House Bill 141.
We're moving on to pass, and this is the amendment.
I second that, as I intend to do the first.
Those 598.
All right, that is amendment 0594.
October, 0594.
You wish to speak to your motion, Representative Shua?
Well, I think we've probably said most everything that needed to be said. I will just reiterate that this committee passed this exact language last year by a vote of 16-2. The House of Representatives felt it was proper to pass it on the consent calendar. And unfortunately, the Senate did not, was not able to take it up properly. I will also point out that we heard that the bill would only involve at the most 10 individuals, and it would be on an individual basis. This would not go forward for the position. It would be taken up each time an individual in this position is considered. There's one other thing I was going to say. Oh, that the statute already provides this same opportunity for municipalities. And Mr. Carlin did note that there aren't very many municipalities even that take it up. So I doubt that it would actually affect very many individuals. And I would appeal to the members of the committee to please consider Merrimack County's position that this is a very good employee, and if we're not able to accommodate him, we may actually lose his service. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt, do you wish to speak to your second?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. So I think it's important for the committee to know what people with considerable experience in county government have learned as a result of that experience. And I have served in Stratford County as the chair for multiple terms. And I know what a key employee the county administrator is. We happen to be blessed in Stratford County with someone who has served for, my 20 years in county government and in Dover City Council government. When you have a key employee, and the county administrator is the key employee in the county, who is an excellent individual that you have the experience of, you see that he or she is compatible with the needs of the county, the needs of the office, and also the personalities of the commission that he or she serves. Then maintaining that relationship with that employee is in the best interest of the county, its citizens, its taxpayers, and also all of its employees. So to the degree that Merrimack County has such an individual that they've already had doing apparently multiple positions, joint positions for 5 or 6 years, and someone who had prior experience of the county, the corrections position as well. This means this person is extraordinarily knowledgeable about two of the key positions in the county government. I can't emphasize too strongly how important it is to maintain such a person and that person's reliability. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes on this motion.
Just one quick correction, if I may, Madam Chair. This individual in Merrimack County has only been doing this job for a bit over a year. Thank you.
Councilman Pearson, you have a
Thanks for the
comment?
correction.
I do. I think that this, I know this is a complicated matter in the sense that it's a rewrite amendment. But this is an avenue for a county to basically erase its debt to the pension system. And I don't like that at all. I think that there needs to be an amendment to this. I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of the 10 county chief executives having the ability to be. But my concern is the prior debt that comes with that. And this really should be addressed here. This is, the idea of repaying the unfunded liability is just that, repaying. And I think there needs to be some language added into this to ensure that debt be taken care of over a period of time, not all at once. That could, without having numbers in front of me, I can see how that might be problematic. But this is something that is a substantial issue within the pension system and the legislature having substantial pension liability. And I can't stomach voting for something that allows a county to just erase the debt that it's incurred over this. So without an amendment to this to include a way to deal with that, I can't go along with this.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to let you know, my internet is a little unstable here, so I have my picture off. After listening to all the testimony for this, I don't support this amendment. What I would like to work on or see if we can do with this bill, or maybe it will have to wait a while, is to address the situation that somebody could be a long-term employee in Group 2 and would lose those two key benefits, the medical subsidy and the 50% retirement payment to the spouse, just because they move into Group 1. So, I mean, I would like to somehow address, address that for the people who are hired prior to 2012 in Group 2, but not make this exception for the county administrators. I was one of the people who voted against this 2 years ago because I just think it's a slippery slope. I think everybody ought to be in the retirement system, with the exception of people who are appointed for a specific term, like the commissioners, the state commissioners, those sorts of people.
Thank you.
So,
Representative Seitek.
There's no good vote for me in this thing. The things that I don't like hearing are that he's been doing this for a year. There's nobody that good, and Representative Schmidt has made a case that the man's irreplaceable. And the more, that's the lady Duff protests too much. There's nobody that good. On the other hand, when the municipalities were exempted, we did not think about the UAAL, and it just seems wrong to be inconsistent with a job that's basically the same. That would, Representative Fellows has on to something. I am not prepared to do the work to bring an amendment such that both the municipalities and this person Representative Pearson says it's okay that we exempt them, but not from the debt, because the debt that he would be paying, or that the county would be paying, is now a ghost. And Marty Carlin pointed out it's 0.0001. That's like saying a little adultery is okay, but not too much adultery. It's just wrong. So look, I'm going to vote for the darn thing. I don't like it. I think that's the lesser of the evils. And there I am.
Representative Lekis?
Yeah, I'm torn as well. I agree, at least to some extent, with Representatives Pearson and SciTech. I've got a problem with avoiding the debt. I mean, I would actually support either here or on a separate bill, having municipalities where they have people who are exempt paying that debt, although maybe since that's been permitted back to the 70s, that wouldn't make any sense. I don't know. On just the issue of whether this person, should be able to opt out of the system, I don't have a problem with that in and of itself. And I understand this situation, why he'd want to do it and why, the county would want to let him do it. And I also agree with Representative Fellows that there does seem to be a problem where if somebody's been Group 2 long enough to be eligible for certain benefits, having them go away just because they move, maybe at the end of their career to Group 1 for a while doesn't seem right either. So I'm not sure at this point.
I will mention to Representative Lekis that the loss of benefits when moving from Group 2 to Group 1 toward the end of your career is a reason why we keep getting requests by the prisons, for example, to allow individuals who move up into management to retain their Group 2 status. It comes up every year.
But might there be another way to fix it, just to allow them, if they've been in Group 2 long enough, to keep certain benefits, but maybe not the early retirement?
I just wrote something that would do that.
All right, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I came into today thinking I was going to vote against this amendment. I mean, the whole debate about Group 1 and changing anybody from Group 1 to Group 2, it's a difficulty. It's certainly a political lift. But what sells me on voting for it now is how close it is for counties to be in alignment with what is already allowed to happen in municipalities. It just seems like an issue of fairness. As to the issue, the bigger issue, like the discussion around corrections agents, I think, giving folks a chance to continue in public service jobs where they've had a lot of experience is a good idea, but that's a bigger discussion for today. So to include just these positions for the county, I think just seems to bring it in alignment. And I happen to also know the specific person we're talking about with Merrimack County. He actually is pretty phenomenal. He's gotten some national attention for some programs that he started in Merrimack County Corrections, and he's actually been a great administrator. I wish I didn't, in a way, because this shouldn't be personal, right? This should be something we do without prejudice, but just the notion that municipalities already allow for this is, I think, a good sign that this is the right thing to do, and to encourage good managers in public service to continue on by not messing up their Group 2 status. Just seems like the fair thing to do at this point, for whatever it's worth.
Representative Broda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is the unfunded balance. It doesn't matter how small it is. If we just continue to do this, it's going to continue to be a larger and larger unfunded balance. I would entertain a motion that would say that if this was something that people chose to do, that the municipal, I didn't realize that municipalities weren't also paying the unfunded balance. So I would entertain an amendment to this bill that would specify that. And I'd like to close the loophole on the municipality unfunded balance as well.
Representative Blackus?
I also was not aware that the municipalities were paying UAL in that case. If somebody is interested in doing an amendment to fix up some of the concerns, I would vote against this amendment and, likely support, support the idea of letting this person opt out as long as some of the concerns are addressed.
Representative Pearson, are you?
I am more than willing to work with the representative fellows to address both of those concerns in an amendment to this. Absolutely, we could do that in post hastily.
Representative Sytek?
I'm going to throw in that for Representative Schultz, it can be personal. I'm willing to concede that the person has the qualifications and it's really a bill of attainder. It applies to him only, which is fine. We are here to deliberate. We're not a machine. But I think this is a bigger picture than a simple amendment, than an amendment for how you calculate the UAAL, what percentage, and we got to involve the municipalities. It should be a comparable position in state government. Municipal government should be treated the same. And I don't believe when the lights go out that anybody's going to have the gumption to actually come forward with legislation. I don't think an amendment will do it. We'll go home and have dinner and forget about it, unfortunately. That's the political reality, because there's no crying need here. This is a relatively minor issue.
Representative Bailey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard several times that this is just affecting 10 people, but that's not entirely accurate if everybody else in the system has to pick up the cost of the unfunded liability. It's actually affecting quite a few people and not just 10. I'm kind of new in town, so I'm kind of horrified that you've allowed 2 caste systems to develop, where it's actually worth not having 5 to 10 years of a pension in order to remain in the higher caste. I mean, I'm dumbfounded by it. I don't think creating an exception for one person or 10 people when it's actually offloading the cost to many, many more people is a legitimate solution to this. I'd be opposing it. Thank you.
Representative Allegro?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Fellows, and I certainly sympathize with the county's desire to grab a really qualified person. That kind of flexibility for merit-based hiring, I think, is really important. I'm just concerned that this smacks too much of legislation for one person. I would like to see us, and the fairness issue was a real one, I would like to see us consider this more, either with an amendment if that's possible, or for it to be retained so we can discuss it and craft legislation that affects more than just 1 or 10 people directly.
Representative Oregon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment. My understanding of the history behind Group 1 and Group 2 is that Group 2 is public service jobs that people retire from early, or like the firefighter, police officer, because they're more physically demanding, and that actually, quite often they'll enter. Quite often they're only really halfway through their career, so they'll be doing something of a less strenuous nature, such as actually many. So some, I didn't ask. I should have asked when they had it, but there are a substantial number of people who leave Group 2 earlier in the career or after the standard 10 to 20 years, and then go do other do other work, including sometimes group one work with different agencies in the in state government. And also, of course, this is a symptom of a much more global problem with with our state retirement system, is that we've been steadily reducing the number of younger people who are paying into it by not shrinking the size of government, which, I mean, there's good reasons for that, but that does mean there's fewer workers, and also then shifting more work, contractors and the stuff. So we do have a situation where it's been something, there's sort of like a pyramid here, but we've been chipping away at the base of the pyramid. So it's unfortunately it's in danger of collapse. But I do think probably for this one case, passing this bill is not a bad idea to deal with this one case where one individual who appears to be the choice for a very important job, and certainly, so that's what it takes to solve this problem. That's fine, and we'll be looking. The legislature will be looking at this for many years to come, probably forever. So that's what I wanted to say in favor of the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say I think we've got a couple of things that we can work on, and we can come up with something, but I'm not sure if we can do it just with an amendment, that it might be better to retain it so we can get retirement to give us some financial information about making these changes.
I have one comment. I would like to say that I'm glad that we've got a very meaty amendment to replace a bill that we really don't want to pass because it would need way too much work to fix. That is the original House Bill 141, which is full of downshifting work to the municipalities. Let's see, Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to briefly make a comment that while we talk about the unfunded accrued liability on these positions and looking to recoup it, I think another question that may be asked is, currently municipalities are allowed to do this, that do they pay for the unfunded accrued liability for that position if that position was not in the system? If that individual prior was not in the retirement system, but now has opted to take benefits, I believe that they still have to pay the unfunded accrued liability for that rate. So we're talking, you can't have it both ways, where you accept it when a new position comes in and you don't accept it when they opt out. I'm not sure if you would do that for the cities and towns currently, and if not, it's part of the discussion to be made.
Thank you. I believe that you're absolutely right that if we chose to amend this to require municipalities as well as counties to pay the UAAL, there would be a major scream of outrage because they've been doing it for 50 years without paying UAAL.
To the UAA.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Sheila.
Yes, that's exactly the point that I was going to make out. Representative Pearson is concerned about the contributions to the UAL for 10 positions, but currently these exemptions exist for all the municipalities in New Hampshire, which I believe right now number 240 some odd, and they all have an option. So if the concern is about that, and this committee wants to work on an amendment to put that forward, I would ask to please do that as a separate issue, because I'm sure we're going to hear major pushback from the municipalities and the municipal association against that idea, because that's going to be a major cost to them. So please, I would ask if you just consider this particular bill, which only deals with the possibility of 10 positions. Right now, we only had the one individual that the bill was put forward for from Sullivan County last year. And now Merrimack County found themselves in the situation this year. So I don't think there are too many people that would take advantage of it, but I would just make the case that I don't think this, I doubt that if we amended it to accommodate those ideas, that this would pass at all.
Very likely. Representative Saite.
If I may follow up on Representative Schuett's thing, I don't know that this is a major expense. It's going to be a major insult. We didn't give them their 5%, so we're going to stick them even more with this proposed legislation. I think that just has to wait for another environment, not this one. And anyway.
Representative Fellows.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I haven't heard anybody tell us exactly how many municipal administrators are exempt, because the ones I've seen in my town, they move from one town to another, and I'm guessing that they are in the retirement system, but I don't really know how many. Some of the real little towns, they may have just a part-time administrator, so they wouldn't be in it one way or the other.
Mr. Carlin, do you have any information on that? Since you're still with us?
I don't think he is. I don't see his name.
You want him back in?
I didn't kick him out.
Well, if you want him back, I'll call him.
Yes, but
we need a bill to license itinerant peddlers and town managers.
Well, actually, more importantly, for the little towns, the town administrator may not be a full-time job.
Right.
And in that case, it wouldn't be eligible. So is there any further comments, questions, discussion? Rhoda.
Madam Chair, yeah, thank you. Well, my concern is, at what point does this end? What's going to be the next thing that people want to be exempted from the retirement system?
That's a very good question, but I will mention that we're currently seeing a large wave of people that were hired 20, 30 years ago coming into the age where they're not interested in doing group 2 work anymore. And so we keep seeing that the employers want to promote them to management jobs, and they're reluctant because of the pension issues. I mean, if you take a group 1 job when you've got 25 or 30 years into group 2, you're necessarily delaying your retirement by probably 10 years.
Right.
Representative Saite.
Something that can be addressed, because I think many people feel that their group 2 benefits should not be compromised because they have some group 1 service at the end. And when Representative Broder, when you and Representative Fellows make the omnibus bill here, I'll be happy to support that consideration.
Well, excuse me, we can't really talk about, we can talk about this because we're executing this, right?
Yes, this is.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
I just don't, I understand the issues, but at the same time, when you take the job, you take the job. And when you take the job, if you want to switch jobs, then you take the packages that come with it. I just don't understand how I'm concerned about the health of the retirement system and maintaining it. And I don't see how this is helpful in that respect. That's my concern. And if we need to look at the whole thing as I know this is a hairball, a hairball of a problem, but if we look at it in that light, then we may need to look at it on a larger scale.
Okay.
I'm sure nobody wants to hear on this committee, but.
Does anyone else have any remarks? Yes, no hairballs. Representative Fellows?
Yes, Madam Chair, can you tell me if you think it's feasible to address the issue of moving from group 2 into group 1 and not losing the benefits that you're vested with? Is it feasible to try to just do this with an amendment in the next week or 2 weeks, however much time we've got?
The short answer, Representative Fellows, is no. There's a lot involved, and I'm not sure we could do a thorough job. And I'm fairly sure that a quick and dirty job would be very bad.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have a comment? The motion on the floor is to adopt Amendment 0594 to House Bill 141, which replaces the entire bill with this new amendment. All right, no further discussion. We will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
No.
the clerk votes. Representative Pearson.
Excuse me, Representative, did you vote yes?
Oh, I voted yes, I'm sorry. Representative Pearson.
No.
Representative Yakubovich.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Allegro.
No.
Representative Bailey.
No.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
No.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Short.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative.
Was that me? I think, yes.
Representative Fellows.
No.
Representative Horrigan.
On the amendment, yes.
Representative Grota.
Sadly, no.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
I'd have to say no.
Nine in favor. Ten opposed.
We're not hearing that. Can you repeat the vote, please, Representative Sitek?
There were 9 yeas, there were 10 nays. The motion does not succeed.
Another motion. So it'd have to be retained.
Right. There are other possible motions that we could make at this point. One would be to retain the bill, and the other would be to ITL.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to retain.
I'll second.
Second.
All right. So the motion is to retain by Representative Grotus, seconded by Representative Pearson. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, is this the, which bill?
It's House Bill 141.
Thank you.
Right, at 141.
Procedure question. If the bill's retained in its current form, still be able to make a new non-germane amendment?
Yes, that's a very interesting question.
Can you repeat the question?
Question was that if we retained the bill, would we also be retaining this non-germane amendment? It hasn't been adopted. So I would say,
Open the further amendment.
Okay, can I make a motion that, I see what we've got, we've sort of gotten ourselves into a pickle here. How about if I make a motion that we reconsider the vote that we just took on the amendment?
yes, you may do so.
And then we retain the bill.
So you're withdrawing your motion to retain and reconsider and moving to reconsider the motion on the amendment.
Correct. I withdraw my motion to retain, and I make a motion to reconsider our vote on the amendment to House Bill, the non-germane amendment to House Bill 575.
Madam Chair, I just point out that there is no motion for retain as amended. I mean, the committee doesn't actually adopt amendments. We just recommend that the House adopt amendments. So if that's the goal.
Interesting situation where we don't want to pass the original bill. We kind of like the amendment, but we have many concerns that aren't settled yet. So we don't really want to retain, I don't believe we want to retain House Bill 141.
I have a suggestion. Of course,
Yes.
I'm just here for the day. So, but I think the full House, if we could ITL it, and that would prevent us from considering a bill next year. But that would only be a bill establishing a PFAS registry. And in fact, we could even ask to have our rules suspended so we could have a PFAS registry. So the full House hasn't taken any position one way or another on the amendments. There's nothing to prevent someone from bringing in a similar bill even this year, but certainly next year to deal with the issue of county administrators who are been doing Group 2 jobs. So that issue, anybody could introduce a bill during the filing periods, regardless of the fact that this amendment failed in the committee. At least
That's the case, then we ITL the bill here.
Yeah.
Since to the floor, with the intent of killing it on the floor, so when we could handle that in committee.
But could a subcommittee correct and bring a new non-germane amendment?
We can always bring in new amendments. Normally subcommittees do that.
So if we retain this bill, the subcommittee could make and fix the new non-germane amendment to it and bring it back to us in the floor.
Could we just stop the executive session and leave it open to further amendment?
Yes, we could. Representative Leckes.
Just a kind of a procedural question. I mean, what would be the practical difference between retaining this bill and planning on doing a new non-germane amendment and ITLing the bill and just taking up a new bill next year?
Madam Chairman, if I could interject just to sort of piggyback on what Representative Leckes just said, there's nothing that stops you from establishing an ad hoc committee, maybe to work on the issue of exempting chief administrative officers in counties from retirement system, and that ad hoc committee could easily develop a new bill for the upcoming session. It might be a cleaner way of posting in the calendar than continually posting House Bill 141 as it was introduced.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest, that the committee can take up any issue we want to, and we clearly have not resolved the issue with regard to this town administrator or county administrator, whatever situation. And so we can cheerfully ITL the underlying bill, which nobody wants, as far as I can tell, and we can deal with this issue separately and on our own time in the fall.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Representative Schuett.
Yes, The one point I would say, I think the committee felt that some of the issues in 141 did have merit, forming of the registry. It was just some of the stipulations that were put forward in that bill that were objected to. If we ITL it, I have fear that that might prevent that specific issue from coming forward next year. So I would say that we do need to put either retain 141 or put an amendment on it that releases that language so that it can be brought forward next year.
Thank you. Representative Pearson has volunteered to come up with a second amendment, a different, but related non-germane amendment that we could consider. So I think we will recess the executive session until next Monday, when we are meeting again anyway.
So the Representative Grote has,
I've withdrawn my motion.
and Representative Pearson has
Yes.
withdrawn her
Yes.
second. Okay, so withdrawn.
Right. We have defeated the amendment on various issues, but we think it's worthy of a little bit of work on the part of one of our members, so we're going to assign him that work.
Okay,
Is this a ad hoc subcommittee?
wait,
Because
Excuse me, yes, Representative Sytek.
we have some problems. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion to reconsider on the floor at this point?
That's the motion she withdrew, I believe.
Yes.
Ms. Felder, that was the motion to retain.
No.
Then she would make a
She
motion.
made a motion to
Consider.
reconsider subsequently.
Okay, I withdraw my motion to reconsider.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Representative
okay.
Grote. So,
Excuse me, yeah.
motion to adopt the amendment failed. All other motions have been withdrawn. So we will recess this executive session in hopes of getting a different, yes.
If it's a non-germane amendment, we're going to need a hearing, are we not?
I think it should be close enough to this one. Ms. Smarling, that's a good question.
I would have to defer to the clerk on that one. I don't want to get out ahead of him.
Well, would you find out for sure, because we have noticed this non-germane amendment and we wish to tweak it, I think is the way to put it.
I understand. I'll
So,
give him a call and hopefully get a hold of him right now.
thank you. We'll find out. Meanwhile, we'll,
I don't know.
bills there. Representative Sytek.
I'm certainly willing to listen to tweaking. Anything more than tweaking worries me. And I think the lousiest way, the least lousy way out, I'll stick to my guns and pass the darn thing.
Okay.
That's that.
That's,
Well, with our
It's,
feet both planted firmly in the air, we can adjourn for the day, I think.
well, let's see, I don't think we have I'm looking for Representative Weiler, who was hoping to join us. I haven't seen him.
Can you repeat that, Madam Chair? That came through very garbled.
When I sent out my draft amendment to House Bill 417, I got a question on the nature of the fiscal committee involvement. And I thought the best thing to do would be to get some information from someone who's been on fiscal. Representative Weiler volunteered to join us, and I've been looking for him, but I haven't seen him. So.
There's a phone call. There's a telephone number in the attendees.
All right, well, let's
What's the last digit?
Representative Weiler, please raise your hand if you're there.
Looks like the
Well,
phone,
he
phone has
just got
been.
on, so let's just see. Here he is.
Is it ended?
Hello.
Hello, there you are. All right.
Yeah, I've spent 20 minutes searching for the link that I was supposed to get to this meeting, and I never found it.
I apologize for not making it easy for you. That's,
All right.
that you're doing us a favor. So yes.
All right.
The reason I asked you to join us is that we have a number of the emergency order, the bills on affecting emergency orders and states of emergency. And we were concerned about the role of the fiscal committee and thought that you would be the best person to help us with that.
Oh, thank you. When the governor first put in his emergency order last year, and we expected to see something at fiscal, and we did not. And supposedly we were told, well, it's not required. And then it went to court because Democrats, one of them and three others from the Democrat leadership sued the governor, and it went to court, and the court decided in favor of the governor. So it kind of left it all up in the air because I had read some of the emergency things as well, which said after so many days he had to come to fiscal to get our approval. So I wondered what was different about this, and I never got a good explanation. So I'm sorry I can't help you much, but that was the only time that we would have had an opportunity, one would have thought, and nothing came to us.
Well,
it did not subsequently.
I'm not a lawyer, but when I looked at the emergency statute, not in the
I lost.
Yeah, under the Department of Safety, the emergency orders, there is a note that says that the federal government or any federal agency offers to the state services, equipment, supplies, material, or funds for the purposes of emergency management. The state, acting through the governor, may accept such offer. And when I read the statute on the fiscal committee, it says that if a grant or whatever is required to be approved by governor and council, it has to go through fiscal. This didn't say governor and council.
Yeah, so I suppose he could say his executive power, and I believe that's what he won the case on, that it was within his executive power. Although normally if it's a transfer, it could be, they would have to come to fiscal to get the approval of the to receive the money. And usually fiscal approves before it goes to governor and council. And then I had a call from my counselor saying, well, we're hearing this and it's coming to you next. And I thought we heard it first, and I inquired into why we hadn't heard it first. And the excuse I got was, well, they meet twice a month and you only meet once a month. And I thought, what does that have to do with anything? But sometimes you get some explanations that don't amount to anything, and that was one.
Okay, but if I understand the role of the council, they accept gifts and grants, or at least their minutes are always full of gifts of grants and stuff. Does fiscal involve if there's a grant, if it doesn't involve a transfer?
We approve most of the transfers, and that's a big part of our agenda. And we also accept grants, and usually the grants do come to us first, but it's part of their job. Plus, they do contracts, which we don't do, and they approve appointments. They approve appointments which don't come to us. Promoting somebody to major in the National Guard, or appointing someone to a board, a plumber's board, that'll come through them. But we never see those things. But Normally, the grants come through both of them.
Okay, so that the normal procedure is that a grant goes through both fiscal and the executive council.
Pretty much. Most of them I've seen go through both of them.
All right, and how responsive is it?
Well, we only meet once a month. We have sometimes 40, 50 items on the agenda. Sometimes fiscal has 100 and something on their agenda because of all the little appointments that they have to look at. We don't have to. And so all those things are going on continuously. And so, you know, how responsive, you know, I've taken things like late requests to the agenda the same day and put them on the agenda. But, you know, normally the agenda is made up a week or so in advance, and because I have to get it to everybody and the members so they can read what's coming and look at the details and ask any questions that they would like to have beforehand. So yeah, responsive. You want to have some heads up on what's coming, but still the meeting is set like once. When we meet the previous month, we set the next month's meeting. Once in a while, we've had special meetings, but normally it's not very responsive. If you just missed the last meeting and you've got to wait a month till the next one. So yeah, in the meantime, a lot of things can happen.
All right, well, thank you. That's very useful. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I look at this, and thank you, Representative Weiler, for joining us.
My pleasure.
Couple of quick questions. And I look at when we talk about the emergency orders and the spending of gifts, grants, and loans is under 21P:43, and that just gives the governor the ability to spend that we were talking about.
Right.
Representative Weiler, would it be wise to include the language that's in 124:4, which deals with applications for and administrative of federal aid? The language that all such monies in excess of $50,000 made available after designation by Governor Council may be expended by the proper persons or agencies in the state government only with the prior approval of the Joint Fiscal Committee. With that,
is that are you suggesting language, Representative Goldie, that you would like to add?
Would that be you think that would be appropriate? That way there's a check on that way the governor does have to go before fiscal if it's more than $50,000 being appropriated in grants?
Yeah,
or
well, if this argument is I've got to start on this tomorrow, then, you know, it's going to be a day or two before I can get the fiscal committee together and all that kind of thing. So there would be delays, and it could be as much as a month, as I said. So if we're not talking about things that need to be done immediately, we got a hurricane tearing up the power lines. We got something going wrong. And there are things he has to react immediately, and the roads are closed, so how do we get to Concord to have a meeting? You know, this kind of thing. So at the risk of slowing things down, how much do we want to tie people's hands to react immediately to an emergency? And that's what it comes down to, I guess.
And a follow-up, if I may.
Follow-up.
But when we're talking an emergency, we can declare the state of emergency, and I guess my question would be, federal dollars and grants wouldn't be coming in immediately. We'd have to apply for a federal emergency, so we would have time to work on that end of it, wouldn't we?
Yeah, quite often we go in and we've seen things come through fiscal that are 2 years old, like some of the snowstorms and some of the floods we've had. You begin working on it right away. You use your, you know, if you use whatever you have in your department to fix the road or stop the flood or whatever, and then that becomes a soft match for the federal grant, which would say, we'll take care of 75%. So what have you spent so far? And you'd say, well, we spent $30,000 to do this, this, and this. Okay, that's your soft match. Then they'll probably give you 3 times that. So yes, you're right. Sometimes you got to react with whatever's available immediately, and then the other details of where the money's coming from and who's approved and what's it's reviewed. can come far later. And we've accepted things that were 2 years later because it took some of the towns and cities 2 years to figure out all the money they had spent on a certain thing. And sometimes they borrowed stuff and then they went back and they paid it. And so it took them a couple of years to get the final accounting.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Weiler, for being here with us today. Generally, we're not talking about small dollars here, and we're looking at some sort of disaster issue or some sort of declaration involving, federal reimbursement. Would it be possible then to kind of meet both worlds here, perhaps, and say, okay, well, instead of this being a $50,000 mark when it comes to some sort of disaster, we could make that a $2 million mark, where it would allow the state government to put some things in place immediately and still deal with the fact that, when we're talking reimbursement at the federal level of substantial money, that the check of going to fiscal and all that could still also occur at the same time?
Well, as I said, sometimes it took 2 years to figure out exactly what did you expend and get everything together. So if you try to set a level, it would be hard to know when you achieve that level. You mean you might get people rushing around and got equipment borrowed from here and there, and people running to help you, and then later on, somebody had to keep track of all this, and that doesn't always happen. So sometimes you're following it up and making inquiries months later to say, did you come into this? Did you bring that? Did you do this? And so it takes a long time to figure out, well, exactly how much did we spend on that thing the first 48 hours? And most of the people are still recovering and looking for places to bring the stuff and all this kind of thing. So it gets very difficult when you're in the midst of something to figure out exactly how much you had, unless you had a pretty good idea. And in some places that have, and we've had funds come in lots of times for disaster preparedness. And the thing to do would be, here's how much we got. Here's where these kits are stored. Here's what this costs. Here's what this costs. Here's what this vehicle costs per hour, blah, blah, blah. We had all those things ready. That's the idea of disaster preparedness. If you know what it's going to cost, if you know what all the, to use this kit, whatever it is, and you have things in kits, and you have sandbags that you're going to fill up and all this kind of thing, and you have a supply of them. So if you know that stuff and you've done a good job on disaster preparedness, you could come up probably within a week of how much you really did expend. But to set a limit, even if it's $10 million, if it's going on across a whole county, you've got to do a lot of communication, which people are not ready to do in the middle of that. So it's a tough area no matter how you get into it.
Representative Weiler, I'm not very familiar with emergency management. Do I understand correctly that the main issue is that the federal government requires matching funds and we have to document said matching funds?
That is a big issue. I was in emergency management in the Air Force Reserve, and yes, they wanted everything accounted for, and want to know exactly what happened on this, if this equipment got destroyed or whatever. And that was one of the biggest things in emergency management in a state. You had to reach a certain level before the feds would come in, and so you had to, some of the people in the emergency management were basically bean counters, and they're just keeping track. And as they're dispatching things, they're saying, okay, call this one, call that one, write this down, write that down. Somebody had to keep track, because when you went to the feds, they wanted to know exactly. And I remember one time, back when I was in the Air Force and Reserve, and they had a disaster in North Carolina, and because the head of the emergency management was the wrong party when the new governor got in, he didn't replace that person. So when they had these coastal storms that tore everything up, it was weeks before they even responded or even know what they had, because they kind of destroyed emergency management. And so there were months in recovery, a lot longer than they should have been, because they didn't have someone keeping track of all these little nitnoys that go on when you're recovering from an emergency. So, and those people would also be the ones that would have assessments. They'd have, I've even been involved with a Civil Air Patrol if the weather wasn't too terrible, to overfly and take pictures. You had to coordinate with the Air Force to get them. So all these sorts of things were going on. in an emergency, and someone had to be reporting exactly what happened, exactly how much. And the way they started off in one lecture I went to is, okay, if your roof falls in, that's your problem. Call your insurance company. If every roof on your street gets ripped off by a downburst, well, call the city and see if they can help. Or if it goes across the city line, call the county, see what they can do. And you finally got to the state, but if it's widespread enough, and then they finally went to the feds if it was exceeded their capacity. So there were a lot of levels that I was involved in at various times in disaster declaredness and how you would recover from it. And there was a lot of cleanup numbers that had to go into it. And somebody had to be responsible for keeping track of all this. And so that's what emergency management people were supposed to be ready to do.
Thank you.
There's a lot of reliance on having a good organization. I'm sure Representative Goley is familiar with a lot of this.
Yes. Representative Brody, you had a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Weiler. But we know what the hurdles are in trying to assess this, and that could be taken into consideration. Is that right? I mean, we could take that into consideration in asking for some oversight. So it's not something that's unattainable.
No, but whether that person is ready and has the likely figures, and that's what we hope emergency management would be ready to do, and they would have maybe get up satellite images and all this kind of thing to answer the call and see what damages you had, and maybe get them almost on real time. And we've got a lot better capacity than we used to have for that. So thankfully, I'm thankful for that.
Thank you very much.
Right. Representative Lekis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. From what I heard, it sounds like the issue of a delay of a week or even maybe as much as a month in approving, receiving, let's say, federal disaster money, even in this COVID situation, it sounds like it wasn't likely that it would be a huge problem because it would take some time to even figure out what you're spending and how much. Is that
true?
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Allegro?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I think I might have lost the string of the conversation, but so this might be a naive question, but if we're talking about being in the midst of an emergency, in my experience, when there's an emergency, everything gets dropped. And so questions about whether it has to wait 2 weeks or the next time the fiscal committee meets is moot. The governor can react and he can communicate with his advisory team and staff. And I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. Why can't the fiscal committee come together and react to the emergency within a reasonable period of time? If I'm mistaken, please forgive me.
Because I think it's partly due to its nature and partly because it sounds like its activities are not the start of the process, they're the end of the process. Is what it sounds like to me. They're doing cleanup. Is that correct, Representative Weiler?
Yes, what we're talking about is the fiscal committee will approve some disaster assistance. But at that point, the disaster is over by that time. And the people that are trying to figure out exactly what it costs. So until all that takes place, you don't even need the fiscal committee. The governor can grab whatever he has to. He can call up the National Guard at his order without going to the federal government and getting them to pay for it. He can ask them to pay later, but he's got a lot of manpower. He can put his finger on immediately. Whereas all this other stuff, this is after the fact and after the numbers are all in. So it's not so much that the fiscal committee has to even be involved early on.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very, very good to know.
My pleasure.
All right, it's reached our usual point of lack of interest.
We're fully informed.
Fully informed. Thank you. Yes.
All right. I'm glad to get in on this. I didn't realize there was going to be an emergency management, but I got to use my 8 years experience in the Air Force Reserve for that. So, yes, thank you very much.
Information we appreciate. Representative Goley.
So, Madam Chair, I just want to ask the question one more time of Representative Weiler. Does he feel that fiscal should have somewhat of the oversight of how this money is spent, or does he feel comfortable just letting the governor spend it as he feels?
I guess I would answer you that, I don't think that the fiscal committee needs to get involved unless it's a very long-term thing. Like some of this pandemic stuff went over months. So yes, at some point we should have some ability to meet. But if it's something that's taken care of within a week or two or a month, it's not so important to get the fiscal committee. But if the fiscal committee is going to meet anyway, then you ought to put it on the agenda, so we can all be involved. Because you hate to run off into a policy making area without getting into the policy making branch of government, which is the legislature. So if you're just responding with a action plan, that's one thing. But if you're trying to make new policy, then definitely the legislature should be involved. I think we can all agree to that. So it's where we draw the line.
Okay. Because when there's tens of millions of dollars coming in over a long period of time, I feel you should have a say. Fiscal should at least be reviewing it.
Yes, because now you don't have the excuse of it's an emergency. If it's going over a long period of time, the emergency was over pretty early. And now it's all planning and preparation and carrying out a plan. And there better be a plan. So
thank you.
You know that. You work with plan.
Yes, we do.
All right, Representative Wells, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I just had one question, because it seems to me that some of the federal money for emergency management is prescribed. So it's prescribed when we have the flood. When you're getting the emergency grant from the federal government, you don't actually get the money. You get an agreement to reimburse you for expenses up to a certain amount, and you know what those expenses are. They're, road repair and that kind of stuff. In this pandemic situation, we had some of the money was very different because it went to the state, and the governor was able to make decisions about how to spend that money. He could allocate it for small businesses, or he could allocate it for nonprofits, or, I don't know the degree, but he had a lot of discretion. So it seems that those discretionary type situations are when fiscal should be involved. You don't have to ask fiscal about reimbursement for the road repairs to the municipalities, but there are, and I just don't know how do you describe those kinds of expenditures that should go to fiscal?
Well, if it's a health emergency, there's another whole section of law under the Commissioner of Health and Human Services. With her right now it's her reaction to what took place and which parts of public health and so on, which division she called out in public health. So there's a bunch of those things that are already in the law saying how that person's supposed to react. So, and when it's roads, you got Department of Transportation. And the fire department and police department get called out in every emergency like that as well. So all these different agencies have plans for the various types of things that go on. And their job is to react immediately, and someone has to keep track of what they did. So the grants don't come in all that quickly during the emergency. But when it's a long-term thing like a pandemic, then you do have an opportunity to go back to the legislature and go back to the fiscal committee and get some approval so that we're all on board and we all know what's going on. So,
thank you.
As I say, you know, it's the immediate reaction that you don't need the approval for, because you better have a plan. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Representative Weiler. I do appreciate your efforts to join us.
Thank you. It did take some effort. All right. Chairman McGuire, glad to help.
Okay.
Hope I was helpful.
We feel much better informed.
Thank you. Bye
Yep.
now.
Any other questions, comments?
Oh.
Everyone's like,
Season at this moment.
yeah, you're brief.
All this talk about disaster reminds me that I wanted to talk to Representative Short. We facetiously talked about a bill that we might sponsor honoring or dishonoring a certain intrepid explorer. I presented that and tried to do some education at my committee meeting. And my reaction, well, let me describe it this way. It was kind of like run for your life. It was not well received.
Thank you.
That's it.
Representative Horrigan, if you will be very brief.
Okay. Well, I won't say anything about HB 155. There'll probably be some floor action on it at the end of the 3-day session in April. I was going to say my perception, just I don't know as much about as Reverend Weiler did because I've never served on the fiscal committee, even on finance, is that they were one of several bodies which had authority over what to do with the pandemic funding and were kind of shut out of the process. It also happened to the executive council, and even I think the legislature, one of the many bills the governor vetoed was amended, after March 13th to deal with pandemic issues. And I think part of the reason for that veto was that it was out of our jurisdiction because it was pandemic money we were talking about. So the governor made a political decision not to involve, especially joint fiscal and the executive council, and he got away with it. And I mean, what he's done has been fairly successful, but that's it could have been done differently, though, and it probably should be done differently going forward.
Yes, thank you for your insight.
As for the Columbus Day, you'll probably be hearing about it in April, but don't worry about it now.
Thank you. No one else has anything. I think the committee will adjourn for the day. We are meeting next Monday for we're doing a joint meeting with Commerce on the audit of the Liquor Commission. And we also have a short meeting in the afternoon, a public hearing on a Senate bill that's a very tiny omnibus. It has 3 sections. And one of them is Solar Eclipse Day, which I've been asked to bring forward quickly. We should be able to hear and exec that bill on Monday. Thank you all, and I appreciate all the careful thought that went into considering this amendment.
I have a question. Did anybody get the printed copy of the liquor audit yet?
I got one. I have ordered one for you and one for Representative Lekis, who also asked for it, and one spare just in case somebody realizes they want one later on. It has not yet been delivered to the LOB, but I've asked for it. It has been ordered.
Will mine be mailed?
I will ask. When I get it, I will have it mailed to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And for mine, if you let me know it's in, the other representative like this will be up here later in the week. Thursday.
All right. And have a good weekend. Drink beer at Murphy.